정확히 보여주는 게 바로 점괘야. 지나친 수식은 오해를 살 뿐이지. 이렇게 비가 많이 오면 별빛도
No
안
first
보이고
redeem
수정방도
rip.
흐릿해져.
Oh no.
어,
I am so sorry that Stream Elements did that. Excuse me. Also, definitely let me know about the audio, as always. I know I have a like a command bot that, or a timer that automatically tells me. Also, if you heard that, apologies. Okay, let's see. Also, to any VOD watchers, I have no idea if this is just a pose he does permanently or if this is like an added feature. I genuinely have no idea. I literally have no idea.
바꿀 수 없고 거스를 수 없고 받아들일 수밖에 없어서 운명인 거지.
Is there a way to raise your mic game or just volume in general? Okay. Adjust them in OBS. Test. I might just be pretty sure this is my... Okay, yes it is.
움직여 여행자. 잃어버린 시편이 아직 우릴 기다리고 있어.
Yes, I believe that it's the
보여주는 게 바로
it's the usual volume that I have. I just might not be close enough to my microphone. So that absolutely could be the case. If not, then I will figure out what is wrong. So let me just check. Okay. If there's one thing I can say that I really want to get better at is managing multiple social media platforms. Or I say managing, but not in like a manager aspect, but just making sure that everything is good. and that everyone knows. First yep. Owlet, are you saying that you have the first yep, or that you are first in being sarcastic? I have no idea. Oops. One moment. Okay. Well, it wouldn't be a stream if I didn't have technical difficulties, of course.
정해진 운명을 정확히 보여주는 게 바로 점괘야. 지나친 수식은 오해를
Hear
살
you!
Why, hello, hello.
I was like, for the past 5 minutes, I'm like, where's Kiryu?
Hello, hello.
And Alex like curious in the live
Greetings.
VC, and I was like, oh.
Yes.
Kiryu left immediately for the live chat, and I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Well, it's just because since
That
we were
seems correct.
Mhm. Since we were all just trying to get things together for the most part, I thought, oh, maybe I should go to the channel that is live while everyone else gets ready.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes perfect sense.
So, Stephanie and Kiryu, I should have sent you an invite. You have to have your Twitch browser
Your
open
pose.
to connect to it. Alex in here. It will only share chat with Kiryu since we're the only people live, but it should like have everyone linked to the
Okay.
stream together, even if you're not live.
So that means on our end, we're not going to have like a joined chat to read.
Well,
I'll have to
because-
like tab between you guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you're on
Fine.
like any of our channels, like you'll have that shared chat. And like what it
Oh,
means
okay,
for
it'll be
you to
both.
not have your shared chat is just like if you were streaming right now, then your chat on your channel would also be linked, but you're not streaming, so
Yeah.
that's how that
Oh,
works.
So I
okay.
got the
I thought I
invite.
just like wouldn't see them, but
I got the invite, but I don't use Chrome or Firefox, so it told me to scram.
Oh,
So like, I'll just
yeah.
watch.
what do you use?
Oh no.
Edge?
Nice.
Okay, that is okay. Let me put you in my.
I'm
title then,
surprised that's not
Stephanie.
compatible of all things.
I know.
I think it should work because I just went to your like
I do see the combined chat.
We're
Yeah,
sharing
yeah.
chats now.
oh my goodness,
Hell
it
yeah.
has begun.
Look.
Okay. All right. And hello, Leah. Okay, let me.
Okay, now it syncs between both. Okay, cool. Very nice.
Okay, that's excellent.
And then I have
Mhm.
Stephanie in my title since she doesn't have
Thank you.
which compatible browser.
Sorry guys, I'm like half boomer.
Does
Unfortunate.
it matter if stuff is in the like Twitch thing?
So the way it works is that like even if you're not live, it can show who you're collaborating with instead of having to put them in your title.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay.
But so because Stephanie can't join it because she doesn't have the right browser, I added her in my title. Also,
Okay,
what were you saying,
wonderful.
Kiryu?
Oh, actually, Netsy just asked, "What browser do you use, Stephanie? If you feel comfortable sharing."
Edge.
You already told us Edge.
Goodness.
Microsoft's good old Edge.
Oh my god. It's not that bad anymore. I have to use it at work. It's like not the worst. But I guess it
Listen,
doesn't have
it takes
integration to things.
Than stinky old Chrome, so
All right. Well, first and foremost, what a beautiful starting image of Mona, Venti. I'm assuming Wander is posing like he's in a 90s R&B boy band. I don't know if that's like
It's
Why
who
is
he
it
is on the
stuck on that?
inside.
Wait, how did that happen?
I don't
Oh, well.
know.
It's
I
his
don't
photo
know.
pose.
It says photo pose. Okay, is that from like
Yeah, it's his
Imaginarium
photo
Theater?
pose. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I'm just in
I'm
photo
doing mine
mode.
now.
Is that from Imaginarium Theater or?
Yes.
It is.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, it's the thespian tricks.
I can
Well-
also do alpha pose.
I see.
Okay, apparently I need to play Imaginarium Theater.
It's very
Yeah.
alpha. Yes.
Yeah, because I'll need to get one. I don't have anything for Mona, unfortunately, because I don't do Imaginarium Theater like that. But I do appreciate this new knowledge from Wanderer.
Mhm.
But with all of that said, I want to say welcome to everyone. This is the version 5.5 Lore Keepers Lore Podcast. It's been quite some time since we did the last one, and because Hoyoverse gave us plenty to talk about this patch, I find it very, very curious for us to, well, go and have a conversation about. I want to thank everyone for being here and hopefully going to enjoy themselves as we ramble for hours about Genshin Impact lore. So, before we get too into it, would everyone like to introduce themselves, say a little bit about themselves and their social media?
Alright, Ella, you go.
What if I prefer being mysterious? No, JK. Hello, I am Owlet. I am just a washed up lore streamer. Nowadays, all I really do is occasionally stream and voice unvoiced world quests for my viewers who refuse to read them because they know I will read it to them. So, so that's what I do. If you would like some shoddy voice acting in your life, I'm your owl.
Thank you very much, Al. Stephanie, would you like to go next?
Oh god. Almost have no idea what to say, but hello everyone. I'm Stephanie, a resident Fatui and animal obsessed lore keeper. My streams are like kind of chaotic where I try to get into lore, but my chat never allows any serious discussions. So if you would like to assist me in reforming them, by all means.
Noted.
I see. Well, thank you very much for that. Leah, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Leah.
Okay.
Hi. I'm Windflower Leah. I wear many hats. Today I'm albedo. Tomorrow, who knows? I have been a TCG caster for a while. I'm a musician. Let's see what else. I'm a lore keeper, obviously, and I have read the artifact sets this patch, so I'm excited to talk about them. Yeah, you've probably heard my name from somewhere because I do too many things, and I'm not gonna list them. So.
Well, thank you
Popular
very much.
voice.
Yes, the most popular. And welcome. I go by Kiryu or Kiduko across Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. I really started getting into Genshin Impact lore years ago, about a month or so after it came out, and really had a lot of fun writing lore threads. And from there, just started to meet a bunch of new people who also thoroughly enjoy talking about Genshin Impact's lore. Even though I primarily started with like yelling about Mona, Dainsliff, and the Traveler, that now has me here. So it's been such a wonderful time and journey, and I always look forward to talking about what the future has in store for Genshin Impact. So to return back to the version in question, I was pleasantly surprised to learn about just the sheer amount of information we received this patch. Leading up to Nodcry, naturally they're going to give us so much more. But I'm curious if there was any one quest or artifact set or book or what have you that truly caught your attention that is living in your brain rent-free. I want to start there.
From this patch or just in general?
From version 5.5, yes.
I'll think about it.
Alex
I mean,
or
like,
Stephanie?
Oh.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like it's kind of like a cop-out answer, but obviously, like, Finale of the Deep Galleries has, like, a lot of just, like, relevant lore that has kind of been taking up space in my brain, you know, where, like, the artifact description kind of touches base on, like, Nibelung and possibly, like, angels, and obviously, like, some of what we can expect coming in Nodcry, so I feel like that's been, like, a very, like, obviously, like, lore heavy a new item that's been released. If we want to,
Leah or
like,
Al?
start the discussion with that one.
I
I'm
would have to agree. The artifact set, the Finale of the Deep Galleries, is definitely definitely screaming endgame lore. Like you know that we are getting into all these like subtle references they've been like laying throughout the game for the past few years when they're saying things so explicitly in artifact sets now. So I'm excited to see, because obviously this is building up to Noel's Cry as a Noel's Cry teaser. I'm excited for that. I think the other thing I would comment on from this patch is obviously the climax of the Saurian World Quest, but I know we're going to talk about that a bit later because Owlet hasn't finished that one just yet. So.
I've been a little bit too busy this patch to really keep up with a lot of stuff. So unless it was time limited, I didn't have a chance to do it.
Oh no, that is completely fine. Was there anything that struck out to you the most, Owlet, in version 5.5? Or
I mean, like, I did do Varessa's quest, and I was pretty surprised, like, genuinely to see Sumeru lore come back up.
Yeah.
Even though we're so many patches away from that and going into a new region pretty soon, so I was like shocked that they were just reminding us of it, I guess. So I found that pretty interesting. I'm like, I don't know, is there like a meaning to that where they're like reminding us of all this and bringing, you know, Tahnari in and like bringing up fucking Zamaran over in the chasm and telling you to visit him in the chasm? That's a little bit. I mean, I found that pretty interesting. I'm like, they're really bringing us back and trying to remind us of these things.
well,
Even though like the rest of the quest was not super like interesting, or despite it being pretty cute, the forcing us to go back to those places was cool.
If I may throw in a little something about like the callback to Sumeru, some would say that Sumeru didn't technically have like a proper Archon Quest ending, since the final Archon Quest that we had for that region did not have the same name or like title from the Travail. So, I mean, perhaps in addition to like Nodcry, like we may be returning a little bit to Sumeru.
Yeah. We might be circling back to a lot of things like right before the finale, I guess, to just bring it all together, which is, yeah, it was just really unexpected for me, but I found that cool at least.
For me personally, I always find it really engaging and really fun when we find ourselves returning back to different regions, lore, and then seeing those characters again, because sometimes it just feels like, okay, we were in this place, now they're going to stay over there and we're going to focus on everything at the forefront now. But well, to answer my own question, obviously Finale of Deep Galleries, but I do think that not only that artifact set, and to a lesser degree Long Night's Oath, but I also think the finale of the World Quest and the developer livestream for Nodcry, which we won't get into right now, probably the highlights of this version, even though I guess the livestream wasn't in the version, if you know what I mean. So I do really like when they give us old lore to revisit, and then we recontextualize a lot of things. So it's something that I think they do well in regards to eventually connecting things again. But on that note, we had mentioned Finale of Deep Galleries quite a bit in terms of being the highlight of, or one of the highlights of this version. So I feel perhaps it would be the most appropriate to talk about it assuming we're ready to go into a deep dive on these artifact pieces.
Lead the way. Let's jump in.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So first and foremost, I want to say that this artifact set is, in my opinion, and I feel many people would also agree, that it's one of the most important artifact sets to date in terms of lore. And I would honestly rank it rather high next to like the Byakko Koku collection. I will put an asterisk next to the Pale Princess, like the effigy drops that we get in the Abyss, so on and so forth, just because of the sheer amount of ancient history we've received. And for fear of just reading every single piece, I just want to make my own public announcement that will go on record. I appreciate that Hoyoverse was giving me my Doom Deary. I do appreciate that. That's very fun in this artifact set. But I firmly believe that this artifact set not only expands upon version 1.0 lore we've received, but it just sets the foundation for what we're going to expect in terms of really heavy hitting lore. So I'm just very excited.
I'm also very excited. I'm kind of skimming the artifact set now just because like there was so much in this artifact set when I read it on stream. Like I'm not even sure like where to start discussing things because there's really just so much they're just putting up front like very explicitly.
I think excuse me. I think for me, it's something that will always, that screams at me is, one, we finally have the expanded story on the ancestor Seelie who fell in love with an outlander.
Right.
What was originally just like 2 little sentences like, yeah, it was tragic love. Now we have an artifact set that talks about their entire story. Well, not all of it, but you know what I mean. And the fact that the Voyager, who was the outlander, came from beyond the stars, meditated through the cosmos for over 10,000 years, and I feel like my rambling is going to go into other key points that I wanted to visit later. The fact that they had visited Teyvat previously when King Nibelung was birthed alongside Teyvat. Because I feel like I won't do it justice just doing a TLDR, but it's the fact that this cosmic entity that has existed for over 10,000 years, their consciousness roamed and meditated through the universe. Their immortal body being in a celestial disc construct? ? And would eventually discover King Nibelung and like, oh hey, I've noticed that civilizations and worlds are doomed to rise and fall. So King Nibelung, why don't you come with me and then we'll just go explore the world. And he said, no, I actually am very proud here and I'm going to stay here. And he said, and I quote, let my bones be the bulwark for this realm. And I feel like this set just further leads to so much Descender conversation that I don't want to get to. I really don't. I feel like I'm going to be speaking too much because I want everyone else to talk about, because this is absolutely my favorite artifact set to date in terms of history. It's just so good. But him remaining defiant and saying, if the tide of oblivion must come, then let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm. That's standing emoji. Literal standing emoji for me. So I've already rambled enough. I would like for you all to voice your own opinions. Unless you would like for me to continue as you like review.
You can continue. Oh gosh.
I mean, something I want to talk about, just on that note, Kiryu,
Mhm.
is, so Oh man, this is really hard because Owlet hasn't finished the 5.5 world quest. I'll
No,
say it
I'm so
without
sorry. It's okay.
I'll say
Just
it
do
without
it.
spoiling. I'll say it without spoiling.
It's okay.
So
You can spoil me.
well, okay, so basically there was a lot of insight to like the ancient dragon lords that were under Shiokoro, the fire sovereign, right? And they were honestly like pretty, oh, what's the word? They were very like condescending, arrogant. I don't know, there's a lot of descriptors I could use. Um
Mhm.
and you know, they were like in like the greatness of their time, like the climax of like their society, and they turned on each other out of like greed and haughtiness and like all kinds of things. And I wonder if what Nibelung was saying is rooted in that same arrogance that we saw from the Dragon Lords, or if like when he was saying this to the Voyager, if he was like still um like quietly confident that things would go right, because I don't know, like Nibelung did want to use the power of the abyss at some point, as we learned in Nahida's story quest with the pep, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
um
I kind of
So,
agree with you because, like, in a very vague sense, there were a few like indicators that things were not going so well for these dragon lords, and even during their meetings, they were not even like willing to acknowledge that that was like a possible outcome.
yep.
So definitely, I can agree that there's a possibility that Nibelung just kind of like refused to even like consider that that was like a very real truth that was heading his way.
for me, I think this I feel this artifact set alone quite literally goes into every other point of version 5.5 we aim to cover, just because of how much we've received. For me, I'm most like, when I think of the different sections of this artifact set, there's King Nibelung, of course. You have the Voyager. You have the Angel, Hyperborea itself. Obviously, we could revisit what tends to happen when people do the no-nos with the heavenly heavenly principles. But for me, I think my main lingering question with this artifact set is, even though we know that the angel, or at least the ancient Seelie ancestor, and the Outlander in this case the angels were cursed, doomed to be Seelies, and the lovers, the angel and the Outlander, they were cursed, their memories were erased, and they were separated and doomed to be separated for all of eternity. I want to know what, like, if we're going to see them again, or have more information about them, because within the artifact set, Sir Tologi is looking for this Voyager. He specifically sent Skirk to go through the northern freezing wastelands, whether that's Hyperborea or Snezhnaya. She's exploring all these ruins. She's going through the abyss as well to find the Voyager. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to need to know why one of the 5 sinners of Conria, who has a cosmic eldritch being whale construct that can just easily devour planets, and who has Skirk as his student and a peculiar harbinger as his legacy, is looking for this Voyager. I need to know what his plans are, because that's just that's insane to me, that we potentially, like, whether we don't know if the Voyager is alive. I'm going to be hopium and assume that they are, even if it's not, in perhaps because she indwelled the body of a young male and then encountered the first angel, so on and so forth. But I feel like, where is this vessel? Where is the Voyager themselves? because Skirk is looking for them. So that to me is one of the main things that I'm looking into, and that I'm really worried about. There's so much I want to talk about, but I'm rambling. I really am, and I want everyone else to have the floor to speak.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I'm also on the copium that Voyager is like quietly existing among like either of the realms of Tevat, because in the same artifact set, it mentions that after Nibelung's like disappearance, when they returned to this world, that they basically didn't want to disturb the like new ruler, which I'm like blanking now, but I'm pretty sure it's like they're talking about heavenly principles.
Yes.
So like they obviously have the ability to kind of like visit this world without a trace, essentially. Like they're like flying undercover. So yeah, like there's no way that they're not. Like this being that has existed for like tens of thousands of years, like out in the cosmos, is suddenly like no longer existing. No way. No way.
Mm-hmm. It also just feels kind of like a Genshin thing to do as well. Like they wouldn't just get rid of them. They'll probably just bring them back up you'll meet them in a world quest eventually.
Exactly. Or hopefully.
That would
like,
be
like it feels like we probably will.
that
Well,
would
I
be
feel
so
like-
wild. You were saying, Leah?
I feel like so. I don't know. This is like an artifact set that's talking like essentially about like Tevat's creation almost. I don't know. This is like outside of Tevat lore. Like we're going outside of Tevat, right? I don't know. I feel like we could have already met the Voyager, just considering how old they are and how this is like going back to lore that we've had since the beginning of the game. This could actually be someone that has been teased, or we've just known of for a long time, or it's like someone like maybe even like a playable character. Like I don't know who it would be. I haven't really thought about it, but like, yeah,
That is honestly entirely possible, especially considering what they've done with the Sage. With the set of quests.
yeah,
Rat ass bastard.
Oh my goodness. We will save comments about
Son of a
that later. We will save those comments. But
yeah, like now
here's
it's just entirely possible. Like you can't even trust the NPCs to be regular NPCs anymore. They could just be anything now. I've lost all trust.
To be fair, ever since Il Dottore was on the screen, I don't trust any single NPC. I know. And on that note too,
I think you're breaking up a little bit.
yeah,
Your mic?
you cut out. You
Oh,
turned
yeah.
into
Sorry.
a robot.
You're back now, but like yeah, there was like a little faint like
oh goodness, am I good now? Am I good now?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll be much more careful. My apologies. I also want to mention how in this artifact set, the cosmic Voyager, who also like indwelled who had a vessel, in an attempt not to disturb the heavenly principles, they had star-shaped pupils. Can we talk about that? Because I think that is fascinating. The idea that, once again, the first angel who was in like deep in the center or underground of the golden city of Hyperborea encountered the Voyager, and then they shared the secrets of the cosmos, and then her crown broke. And then to also experience, like, that sounds so familiar, and by sounds so familiar, it's quite literally Namu Malikata and King Deshret, in the sense of tragic love story after divulging the secrets of the cosmos that they were otherwise not to, in an attempt to rebel. So I really, really want to know more in that direction, how Conria sets in, because I'm wondering if from this set they are hinting at this vessel, like this person would be like the ancestor to Conrians or something to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
Because if not, because you have this idea of this person and their lover, an angel, who was specifically tasked by the heavenly principles that they must only love all creatures equally, never have other forms of love, and then to break free of that and to be independent and then to rebel. I feel like just rebellion, when I think of rebellion against the gods, I think of Conria. So I really want to get more in that direction. So I'm going to need, thankfully, Kaya will have some screen time in the next patch. So
I'm
you
literally
know,
hovering it right
like
now.
I'm waiting because like Conria,
Vibrating.
like it's so good. It's so good. Sorry, like this artifact set is just so crazy. Like I really feel like in so many different directions. Also, to those who haven't read it, I think, or at least for me, the recommended like piece set to go in order is feather, goblet, flower, circlet, and timepiece. I could have a few of those mixed, but if you wish to just read it completely through, kind of, and not feel like you're jumping around, but I just once again think this artifact set is fantastic, and I'm really happy they're giving us a heavy hitter like this. So, yeah.
So, something I want to talk about in like tying back to the Voyager. The Voyager is not meant to directly interact with anyone, Tevat, right? But they're aware. They're currently aware.
Correct.
And there is a suspicion that they have taken up the form of like someone born from a humble birth from Conria. Like who's that? Who is
I wonder
that?
I wonder who
who
that
is
could
that?
be. It could be someone we don't know by any
No.
means. You know.
Can we talk about Danesley for a second? Can we-
Leah, if I talk about
Danesley
Danes,
at the end of the
Humble birth.
Travail trailer for a second, and how he's like, step aside, defeat me if you wish to save her or whatever. What if this is what he was talking about the entire time?
I just want you to know that I am trying to be on my best behavior, and so I will reserve much of my commentary about Dainsliff. But I want you to know that is the first person that I thought of in regards to
It's what
because
about humble?
because
What
in
about the word humble?
well yeah ignoring the fact that like
Humble beginnings.
So-
Not currently humble.
so
No, but
He's
but
not
you
really humble.
it's not from humble beginnings.
Was he not? I thought.
no,
was
he is from Humble Beginnings. You have the wings of it's the Xbox wings that we got.
Xbox wing.
I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, I looked too quickly. I thought I saw something I should not have in Leah's world, and I got very scared. Where is the? Hold on. That sounded much more ominous than it needed to be. My apologies. Specifically, the young knight was not of insignificant background, but that was worth little in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, not from insignificant. It's double negative.
But it's
so I guess
specifically
he-
not insignificant background, so it's not a humble
that's-
beginning.
Yeah, it's not humble beginnings then. That's,
Yeah, it
that's
just
double
means that
negative.
his rank didn't actually matter in the
Yeah,
end.
it didn't. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
okay.
like when you look up at the night sky and you're so small, even though you're like a bajillionaire.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, born into privilege, silver spoon.
I can't believe this is the stream we talk about Dainsliff being a Nepo baby. Literally stop. But
Okay, so it can be Daneslave. Okay.
But if I were to think about like even more into the artifact set, I find it again curious too how every angel we've learned about thus far is female. Unless stated otherwise, the first angel, or they have like humanoid like forms, because we have the first angel, her, then we have the Lord of the Night, then we have Sibylla, and then I'm blanking. Oh my gosh, there's a fourth. I'm blanking and I'm sad.
Isn't this just because Hoyo hates men?
I can't comment on that, but like I'm trying to think of like
That is a
Yeah.
topic.
I
like
guess
that.
we're gonna start getting into controversial topics. Like,
No, no, it's not even that. I'm blanking. I'm pretty sure. No, oh my god, it's
Yeah,
a goddess
yeah,
of
I'm
flowers.
pretty
Goddess
sure.
of flowers. I was like,
Yeah.
who
Yeah,
is
Goddess
it?
of Flowers, another Sealy.
And that's the thing. All angels, like, oh my gosh. Oh, speaking of angels, yeah, also Columbina. But anyway,
There's a question chat about Columbia. We should get to it in a little bit, but we should finish our
yeah.
train of thought first.
yes. But again, on the topic of this artifact set, I once again truly feel it's one of those set pieces that's just going to carry with us for a while because it's just at the very earliest mentions of Tavad. Like the Voyager themselves their kin forbade them from interacting with primordial civilizations, and they went against the mandates of their kin because the Voyager is already like 10,000 plus years old coming into Vat. So now I'm wondering, because she and her lover, their memories are erased, where are they now? And if, like, how much do they recall? Well, not in regards to their lover, because they clearly can't. They were erased. But I have to wonder what they're doing now. If they're, I'm going to assume that they're still alive. I want to believe that. Where they are, what they're doing, or how the state of affairs is for them. So I'll save more theory stuff for later, but you guys go on, because I've been rambling.
It would be really interesting. So Nancy was talking about, and has talked about in the past in my streams, about the potential of Child being the Voyager vessel right now. And I'm just thinking about how there's like some unexplained things in this constellation that link to like literally like celestial whales from beyond Tibet, like Sirtologi's pet. Like why is Child's constellation like essentially like the same like type of whale as Sirtologi's pet? Let's just start there. Like that's obviously from beyond Teyvat, right? And also considering Skirk is the one searching for the remnants of like the Voyager and her story and like her vessel, I don't know. And Child is like Skirk's disciple. That is pretty interesting. And like it's not only that Child had the constellation of like the whale that is from beyond Teyvat, but he was like actively like having this like weird connection with it, right? Like is that really explainable by he dropped into the abyss? I don't know. Is that explainable? And the thing is, like, it could be any playable character because the Voyager is not allowed to interact with the world as the Voyager. So it could be anyone that's just insanely good at role playing.
What
your LARPing person?
Now, who in Genshin Impact is LARPing? Squints. Who's in here?
Who LARPs all the time?
Whose entire personality trait is LARPing?
Whose entire personality is LARPing and knows some things, but like it's just kind of haha silly and like, you know. I wonder.
My ass riding.
So admittedly,
like my bad boy
I don't look too much into Tartaglia because I'm a firm believer that he's a buttface, but I cannot deny that his story and his lore is very, very involved. So for me, I find with this artifact set, I'm actually going to hold this thought. I'm going to hold this thought because I think it's going to go into a different, like a different topic. But this is connected to the finale of Deep Galleries that I personally found interesting. When I was reading it, the entire time, I just thought of flowers for Princess Fischl. And it's been a while since I completely reread the book in question. And yes, we have many parallels. Yes, we have many themes that repeat. But for Flowers for Princess Fischl, I found it curious when reading Deep Galleries because ever since we arrived in Natlan, it's been more in the forefront of like indwelling in creatures or possessing like that degree of the soul or spirit in a body and things of that nature. And in Flowers for Princess Fischl, just the connections that I immediately saw were the fact that there was an individual, or in this case, Fischl, the Princess Fischl, traveling through the cosmos, recognizing and viewing the fate and civilizations as they rose and fell, how worlds were doomed to fall. Like, Fischl in the book had the ability to indwell in Oz, as the Voyager was able to with the male youth. And between it and the Legend of Shattered Halberd, I do feel like there are connections there. but I just can't exactly pinpoint them. But to me, I especially think Flowers for Princess Fischl was the most glaring to me. Not as a direct one-to-one, but I find it curious that we're once again revisiting these topics. And I also found it, like, I don't want to say perplexing, but I'm not sure what that noise was. But Fischl's real name is Amy, and we know that Amy is a name in the Ars Goetia of a president of hell. And this particular demon, if I'm remembering correctly, served as a messenger of the heavens. And I feel like it just makes me think of, even though the Voyager obviously wasn't a messenger of the heavens, and I wouldn't necessarily call them a messenger of like even the cosmos, because they're just exploring. They did warn King Nibelung, like, oh hey, Tavat's fated to die and you should come with me. So I don't know, I feel like there's something there. There has to be something there, but otherwise we'll see. But yeah, that's just something that's been on my mind.
The prospect of more Tartaglia lore is pretty exciting though, because like I know he's taken a backseat for a really long time in the story now, apart from his like Fontaine cameo, I guess, but he used to be one of the most like lore heavy important characters. So it's like, I don't know, I'm particularly excited to see him again and see more of him, hopefully.
Like, actually, it just begs the question. Like, of course, like the Harbingers are all from Snezhnaya, but I think it's just curious how Tartaglia is like one of the first limited 5 stars released in the game.
Yeah. 1.1 baby.
Is teasing Snezhnaya and endgame lore and has this connection with Skirk and Tsukulogi and the whale and now the Voyager potentially. Like, I just think it's actually very curious. Nessie could be onto something, but I also feel like
they had him out in all of this stuff was out in 1.1 for him, and it was like, okay, so this is like the most important character in the game, and then they just didn't follow up for a long time. I'm like, bring my boy back.
I have something to say on that a little bit later when we talk about the Node Cry live stream discussion, because they actually touched on stuff like this.
And also, I was gonna say, sorry, that regarding Tartaglia's, like, just his character design alone, the developers have mentioned that like his design is a huge like lore bomb, or like it's like a story spoiler in a sense. So that's something that they like had a lot of like difficulty with when they were coming up with his like visual design, is that they didn't want to like give away the story. So it's kind of exciting to be a Tartaglia fan and see that he is always beating the allegations and never fully exiting like lore relevancy.
Well,
he's always been peak.
He will always be level 2 because he's stinky. But you were saying, Leah?
Like, okay, what do you mean level 2? What is this?
I definitely think that like Fischl's lore and everything is something that is probably included in those loose ties that they're going to flesh out soon. That's just my speculation. I just don't know where all the pieces are going to lie specifically, because there's a lot of different loose ties.
Oh, I never realized that. I think this is like the delusion thing on his scarf. I couldn't think of the word. I apologize. But yeah, he definitely has lore TM, and we'll see what happens, because I just know that, because recently I reread Ballad of the Fjords, and I forgot to mention it within our like bullet points, but there's a lot there. But I am by no means a Tartaglia expert, so that's up to the Tartaglians out there. I look forward to it. But I wanted to know if there were more, like, anything else we wanted to say about this artifact set before we kind of briefly talk about the Long Night's Oath.
I definitely have a lot to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just like waiting patiently. So there's a lot of talk in chat right now about like both Tartaglia and Fischl, like potentially like being the Voyager, right? I just want to talk a little bit more about that, because like I'm looking at Child's like enemies of note description, and it it kind of reads like a D&D character. Like if you think about like the Voyager not being able to like directly interact with the world, I almost wonder if official story would be too on the nose to be something like the Voyager, because if she's like literally like LARPing as herself, I don't know if that would break some rule. But I'm reading like Tartaglia's story. Like he's on this like journey, right? And he's like a weapon, but like the direction of the journey is overturning the world. And that aligns with like the Voyager's goals, because like that's what she was warning Yulong against, right? That like there is a lot coming that's going to destroy the dragons and civilization there, and I don't know. It's reading like a D&D character to me now. At least like it doesn't have to be Child, it doesn't have to be official, but now I'm just thinking like if I were a dev making a character that was going to have endgame lore significance, and I was writing it from like the perspective of like so like this character is very aware but can't interact with anything as themselves, but they have to accomplish their goal as like this character. I would definitely write a D&D-esque situation for them where their goals align with like the player's goals, but they're not the player, if that makes sense.
I think it's very interesting. Oh, go ahead. I think I interrupted someone.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I find it curious again that you mentioned that about. So I feel for many, many people, it's very easy to forget that even though Tartaglia is a bit of a ha-ha silly guy, remember very early on, he stated specifically that he wants to topple the thrones of the gods. He said that multiple times.
Yep,
and if you go in his character story, he also says that.
Yeah, you repeat
and now,
it.
yeah, you can say that, oh, he's, he loves fighting and it doesn't matter who it is. But this is Hoyoverse we're talking about. And they're very peculiar about how they wish to address and center certain characters. So it doesn't surprise me, like the idea, like that theory of Tartaglia being like a vessel or having that relation to the Voyager. So, and then the fact too that, okay, I'm gonna go on. I'm not doing this with Tartaglia today, but it's interesting, very interesting.
Like at first glance, he gives delusions of grandeur, but now it's like, wait.
If you're like a player piloting this D&D character, you have like the perfect build, right? Come on!
Oh my gosh.
Is it delusions of grandeur, or is that just the plot for the character? Come on!
That's like the best way to shoehorn like that entire like premise into the story is like, oh, you thought that this was a joke and that like everything about him was like delusional and like
He was for real,
unnecessary, and now it's like, oh, he's actually way more important than like we've been giving him credit.
He's always been one of the most important characters to me, and I stand by that. I mean, in terms of the story.
Yeah. Hold up. I'm getting some mentions in chat about the audio stopping and starting. Can I just... Because Will's on my stream, so I think it's my end. Because you can see like the little icon. So
I'm not hearing any issues through Discord, but
Discord's fine, so it's probably stream related.
Okay, I think maybe Will's internet's not doing well. Okay.
Again, thank you though. Always let us know about audio, because I know earlier I was having microphone issues, so definitely let us know if stuff starts to lag out. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But you were saying, I think I literally started I'm so upset because I'm thinking about Tartaglia. I don't want to finish that sentence. I don't like that. So I'm going to
Wait, why? You don't like thinking about Tartaglia?
Anywho's, so I do think that we should all keep this like deep galleries in mind as we continue further, because the main points being Sertology is sending Skirk to find any traces of the Voyager, learning about the truth of the first angel and this Voyager and how important they are from far beyond Tava in the universe. In addition to, once again, acts of creation when the first angel... Like, I just think of the Snowland Fae and how... I think the easiest example we saw of that was from in Fontaine, with Egeria attempting to create, having the Oceanids become humans, and how that's a big no-no. And any form of life, that is the divine prerogative of the heavenly principles only, and being smited for that. And so throughout the betrayals and all of that, it's very spicy. It's formulaic in the sense of it's doomed to fail every single time. So I just find that very fun, and I really like the set. So sorry, I'm rambling, and I wanted to try and transition into the next artifact set, unless we have more information about this.
I have something else to talk about. So there's one more thing I really want to talk about from this artifact set. That's completely unrelated to everything we've talked about so far. Let me just read a small excerpt, because that will contextualize what I'm about to ask. In the furnaces of the deep galleries thundered day and night. Turning to forbidden methods, artisans forged countless Fae spirits, which is probably the Snowland Fae faction we're getting from the moon event, upon the bones of giant beasts. Having spun fallen frost moonlight into flawless flesh and blood, they clad it to forms once frail and weak. Such authority to create was once the Lord of the Firmaments, heavenly principles, divine prerogative. It was handed to mortals by the rebellious envoy, who dreamed that one day these little creatures might create a perfect being that could merge with the world. Okay, point 1. Does this not remind you of Men of Lithin? Point 2, does this not remind you of Albedo?
Well, I mean,
Everything reminds
yes.
me of Albedo.
I mean, everything comes back to everything comes back to Mondstadt and Albedo and Venti and etc.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very good that they gave us Men of Lithin the patch or two ago, because it's very like this artifact set is that, as well as the World Quest, which is later, but it's absolutely giving Men of Lithin, but it's also giving Golden Slumber. So
Who dreamed that one day these little creatures might create a perfect being? Hello, primordial human project. Like, alchemical creation. Like, okay. Whatever. They created a bunch of Fae. Like, just Albedo aside, it is very Men of Lithin. It is very Men of Lithin. They use technology. They use the moon technology to create entire, like, wildlife. I think the Fae faction, by the way, are going to be very similar to Inazma's, like, yokai. So, interesting.
sorry, I'm just reading. Let me be your sword, your shield, your guide, your unpardonable conspirator in rebellion. And I'm like, King Deshret is just giving you a thumbs up from wherever he is.
It's so romantic.
It's so romantic. But no, I think, because once again, I feel this set is just so good. I apologize for just repeating myself saying that so many times, but I firmly believe it's because you can take this into so many different directions that are connected to so many key pieces of Genshin Impact's world building and just Tevat mythos. So, and I don't want to move on unless everyone's okay with doing so.
I mean, I could probably talk about this artifact set all day, but if we want to talk about
I mean, we could talk about it more. Like, we're in no rush. We're a bunch of nerds talking about lore. I think that'd be fun to do.
I know that this was mentioned a long time ago, but I just wanted to go back and come to Nibelung's defense a little bit when I think someone was comparing him to the Dragon Lords and calling him arrogant.
It was me.
Yeah.
I just want to say I slightly disagree. I feel like based on like the set at least, and when he says like, okay, in your eyes they may seem ignorant creatures, but to me they're the meaning of this universe. And then like promises to defend them with his bones and take them to the stars. Like, I don't know, that just doesn't seem like arrogance to me. I know it's a
Well-
very small
Well,
point, but like, I just want to defend him.
Well, what I was saying was like, I wonder if at that time when he was like being persistent and stubborn, if like the arrogance had already reached like the dragonkind's
Mhm.
civilizations,
Well, I don't
or
know.
like if he was like saying that like confidently and like not knowing what was gonna come next.
I mean, I
Um,
feel to me at least, it feels like he's just kind of he is determined to just stay there with them regardless of what happens. But like the things that he's saying do not like it doesn't feel like he has the confidence that they will live through it though, especially with the whole "let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm." Like, I feel like
Yeah.
he's
If I
that kind of
may,
sounds like he's
It
already come to
kind
terms
of-
with it, but he's
it
not
kind
gonna
of-
just leave them behind.
It kind of reminds me of Mavlika and Capitano's like discussion together, because if you remember, like during the Archon quest in Notlin, Capitano had this like plan to like save like the life in Notlin while destroying the memories. And Mavlika was like, "There's no freaking point in doing that because then you erase our identity, you erase our history, and like no one's asking you to do this. So like, shut the
Read a
fuck up."
book, Mawika.
if I may I read the exchange between the Voyager and King Nibelung?
Sure.
So the Voyager says, "I have seen the lightless end tearing through star clusters like a spindle among silken threads. I have seen how the cold tide of chaos drowns out all songs so that good and evil alike vanish into silence. And yet, my kind, gentle king, will you still refuse to abandon your people? Forsake this world, fated for ruin, and journey with me beyond the stars." Yet thus did the proud dragon reply, "O friend from a distant world, I thank you for imparting these truths from beyond the skies. But though in your eyes they may seem ignorant creatures, to me they are the very meaning of this universe. If the tide of oblivion must come, then let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm. Bear witness to the path I have chosen, for I shall lead my people onward to the stars." Like, when I read this, it does not give me like tyrant Nibelung, like really, like at this point at least, aggressive in the sense of
Mhm.
wanting to just be hostile for the sake of being hostile. It sounds like I genuinely want to protect all of my people and this world, and whatever happens to me, I will proudly go there. So I would have to wonder if in like later he was just corrupted or something happened. So we'll see. But when I read this paragraph, I was thinking completely differently about who he presumably could have been in the past. So
Yeah, no, that's
Mhm.
a good point. Like, he sounds like way more like clear-minded and confident.
Mhm.
mhm.
So, but then
He
let me
sounds like a
open-
good leader who stays with his people through thick and thin.
Let me open Nahida's second story quest because I'm pretty sure this is where Nibelung was mentioned by a pep and like Nibelung's like intentions at least.
Mhm.
So this must have been a different time period, but I just want to make sure I'm not.
There could also just be the what's it called? Like someone else's interpretation of his actions, where like this is like a quote of what he's saying versus like the way that a pep would have seen the situation personally.
Okay, I found it. Before you begin resting, this is Nahida. There's one last thing I would like to know. How did you become affected by forbidden knowledge? The pep says, "It's a long story. We all once believed in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us power, enough power to defeat the heavenly principles. The Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world and led us in a fight against the order established by the outsiders. An unimaginable war took place in Tevat, causing destruction on an unprecedented scale. The world itself was on the verge of collapse. In war, the victor would inherit the right to shape the world, while the losers must turn into ash. Wow, Notlin. Okay, that was definitely Notlin reference anyway. But I didn't give up on searching for a way to turn the tides, even after the death of the Dragon King." and then blah 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 blah. Pepe Deshra at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's possible that the not the knowledge acquired by Nibelung was maybe given by Voyager?
I wonder because I think Voyager was warning against that knowledge, and then it sounds like Nibelung maybe got baited by it, and then had a Deshret
Maybe.
moment himself.
Yeah,
where-
that's true too. I'm just wondering whether it's possible for him to like, because he's obviously showing like a lot of fondness for this particular dragon. It's like, come with me, you know, escape like the horrors that await your world. And then perhaps maybe tried to give him some assistance, but it ended up backfiring or failing in the end.
Yeah, that conversation might have happened before Nibelung actually took the power of the abyss from the outside
Mhm.
and used it and got
Yeah.
corrupted. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what
It
I'm
feels
believing
like
as
it
well,
would.
especially considering the Voyager first encountered Nibelung like at his birth, TM question mark. So this was tens of thousands of years, and once again this artifact set also proving that you know, for the longest time most people just had Zhongli, Morax, one of his hundreds of thousands of names existed, like 6,000 like being the quote-unquote oldest, even though we know Tivat has been much older. So it's very interesting in that regard, seeing how long ago that was. So ancient, the capital A for Nibelung. And I firmly believe that this absolutely was, or at least this conversation was when he was very clear-minded and wasn't potentially corrupted, or before he was corrupted by the abyss.
I have to say that, Leah, while you were reading the excerpt of the artifact description, my brain did kind of like veer off and jump kind of towards like Star Rail and like the whole like reshaping the world and like Kefali and all of that.
Okay,
So,
it is not a coincidence what's going on in Emphorius. I'll just put it that
absolutely
way. They're
not.
based on the same like cultural inspirations as like Teyvat as a whole. So I do think that Honkai Star Rail's like world building is going to come back and affect Teyvat in some way, especially as I do believe, and we can discuss this in a little bit. But Nordcry's direction seems very Star Rail to me, and I'll explain why later.
Yeah.
But yeah. There's a really interesting comment in chat from Speeds. I don't know if it's important, but decided to look into CN translation right now, and it seems the Voyager is called name in Chinese, which seems to translate more specifically to the narrator / the recorder / the chronicler. Seems a lot more connected to travelers than Voyager, in my opinion. That could be really interesting if the traveler is like split in two or something.
I mean,
some samsara.
I've always felt personally that the traveler was just like especially the connection between the traveler and their sibling being like two halves of a, you know, being kind of thing, but that's a whole different discussion. I do love though how we now have a traveler, we have a wanderer, and now we have a voyager, or had a voyager. So I love these names. But whereas Men of Lithin broke my brain in the sense of cosmic horror kind of aspect, this one just made me really happy because of how much we've got. Like the Voyager themselves, I want to know like where they, because remember, like their actual immortal body is sitting, resting in a celestial disc construct somewhere. And when I think of like a celestial disc construct, I think of, even though we're not talking about it at this moment, like the teaser we got for Nodcry with like the Fatui stuff, like what kind of constructs are they in? Who are their
Celestial
people? So it's
There's
yeah.
Every time I hear celestial disc construct, I just imagine like a plate UFO.
Oh my goodness.
Especially with the Voyager thing, I'm like, oh okay. It's just an alien spaceship, guys.
But also, I find it curious too, because this is from presumably thousands upon thousands of years ago, and there's still, like, Irminsul was mentioned multiple times throughout this set. And we haven't really talked about Irminsul since Sumeru, to be honest. Because mind you, apparently Dotore is still going to do something with it, the Fatui,
Yeah.
and we don't know.
We still haven't gotten that burning scene. I'm waiting.
I know.
That's what I'm talking about. That like
Yearning
we
for
technically haven't
Dottore.
finished.
No, he hasn't.
He's apparently going to be in Nordkreid, so we have.
Thank God.
Oh my God!
I need a
Peak is coming.
villain.
Peak is
Not-
returning.
Not peak is coming. See, I get to have like a few months of not being afraid of Dotore. I was free. I had two regions to be free of Dotore.
Guys, Dotore, I've been rewatching Naruto, and like Dotore is like literally just a Orochimaru. So I'm just gonna say that and not say anything else.
I don't
that.
like.
How dare you?
I do not like that
An
comparison
insult.
at all. That is a very.
Oh
That is a
my
statement.
God.
You can have that statement.
Take that back.
I am so correct though.
No, you're super not.
I would have never. I think
Oh my
Dotore
God.
is. Anyway, I'm just not even gonna finish that statement. We have number one Dotore stan here.
I'm listening with
Yep.
Mhm.
intent.
We're both listening, in fact.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm not saying anything. I'm over here minding my business, looking at the equipment menu. Oh, but one thing I really do think. So an aspect that I love I forget which piece in particular it was, but after the primordial one defeated the sovereigns and Nibelung, and then used the angels were created from light, and so naturally I think they were just created from the light realm because the primordial one now has control over the realm, or at this point in time over Tevat's realm. I found it so curious that not only did all of the angels have crowns that reflected the 7 colors of what would be the elements, but how it shatters once like an angel discovered the truth beyond the stars. That to me is just so interesting. And I find it curious that they went out of their way to say that. Let me actually go to the passage. Because once again, it's, upon discovering the truth, you break free, but you are met with violence. Which is not great.
Typical.
Where is it?
I have thoughts about Venti and the Voyager now, by the way.
Oh,
have
do you
thoughts
think
about
that
Venti
Vera's melancholy is
general.
involved?
Yes.
Mm.
Vera's melancholy and Nameless Bard is very Voyager coded as well.
We actually have
I'll
a
leave
comment
that there.
about that for later if you wish to visit it, but specifically
Yeah,
about
we can
Vera's.
talk about that later. That's gonna be like a whole discussion, so we can talk about that later.
So I did not find that specific passage because I was looking through them wildly. And I just am reading. Until the first angel met an unnamed youth beneath the silver tree in the far north, and in those star-like pupils saw a reflection of herself she had never known. If it was a love not inscribed by law, a freedom the skies would never permit. But where is... I'm so sad.
Star-crossed.
Quite literally star-crossed lovers.
Mhm.
But I can't... I'm really sad. I can't find it now that I'm looking for it, but...
What are you looking for?
Yeah, what are you looking for? Maybe we could help.
I literally already forgot because I was reading a different paragraph and thinking about
Okay.
something else. I'm sorry.
No.
No, it's alright. We could. I do that all the time. We could probably move on to the Notecry developer discussion if you want to talk
Ooh.
about that.
Great.
Ooh.
Because we did get a little bit of information about Nodcry itself from the artifact set. But before we delve into that, Nodcry in general is the next region that we're really getting hyped up for, and that a lot of this is a lot of factions are converging, a lot of storylines are being, not storylines, but a lot of stories are connecting here. Additionally, there was a Nod Cry live stream recently that was released, and it has evoked quite a bit of discourse. But what I will say, in terms of the actual live stream, in regards to them telling stories regarding them, I'm attempting to articulate it in a sense that they want to tell Genshin Impact's story in a different way. And they're also wishing to grow with the feedback from their community. As exciting as it is that we are expecting a new region and that we will be getting more lore, I do want to ask you all, how do you personally feel about Genshin Impact's storytelling method, and what pros and cons you have?
May I go first?
Please do.
No.
Okay,
No.
you go first then. Go on.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, for those of you who have been following me, if you're here for my live stream reaction, when I watched the Note Cry video, you've heard a bit of my hot takes. I'm just gonna rehash them, in case, anyone has forgotten or wasn't here. So, I have a few criticisms of Genshin's storytelling thus far. First off, let's just start from like not a meta perspective from like a creator standpoint, but just like a player standpoint. I play a character story quest, right? I play any voiced quest. It doesn't matter if it's in Genshin or Honkai Star Rail. I have the same problem. They are just dumping information on us for like the first like hour and a half. And then I don't know what to comment on. I don't know what's interesting. I don't know what's relevant. It's just information. Sometimes it's really boring. Sometimes it's like, this is interesting. I don't know what they're doing with this. Like, it really, really depends on if I like the characters involved or not. But it always has like the same formula. Like, we meet some NPCs, and then Paimon's like, oh, I'm Paimon, and Aether's Aether. And then it's just like the same thing. And it's just like exposition overload. Very, very like front loaded telling instead of showing, right? And then, oh, Venti's so pretty on that statue, I'm sorry. Anyway, and then you get to the good part of the quest, which is not as long. It's very concise because they've already given you all the exposition to work with. You should have all the pieces in place, and now the action's finally happening. And those are the parts we think of when we're like, oh, I love Genshin's writing, because those are the parts that are fun and exciting. Same with Star Rail. They have the same freaking problem, Star Rail. And so I do think that like the quest writing in Genshin, not every quest, but a lot of quests, especially like some like lesser important ones, like character story quests, as opposed to like the main Archon quest or something, or world quests. I feel like world quests are written with a lot of maturity, to be honest. They're just very like front heavy, like exposition. I don't know. They just tell you things for a while, and I don't know. It's not always interesting.
Like, it's not even just the lore sections that they do like that. They do a lot of character stuff by just telling you that a character is a certain way instead of ever showing you, which is just done very poorly a lot of the time. And like the way that the character behaves just has absolutely nothing to do with like how I'm told I'm supposed to perceive that character. Because they will like give the women especially like some interesting backstory and then just have them act like a whole fat load of nothing.
Yep.
In terms of actual behavior.
That leads to my second point, which is that Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact are gacha games. And so we're playing a gacha game. Who's on the banner right now? Okay, no one relevant, these are reruns. But Varessa was on the banner. Varessa was on the banner, and we had Varessa's tribal mission. And I don't know how many of you guys played that one. But, like, I don't really care what you think of Rest as a character. I think she's really cute. She's very much like Kamnoji from Demon Slayer. But I have a very big criticism that like the tribal quest was not in fact a tribal quest. It was more like let's follow Varessa around and learn that she has like confidence issues and that she eats a lot and she exercises a lot and she has like a family farm and stuff like that. And then like, you know, like after like an hour and a half of that, we finally like get some random Sumeru lore, the form of like mushrooms, and then like and then like all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, our conquest lore. What do you mean Shamaran's like connected here? And then it's like, oh, I don't know. It's like the perfect
and then
recent
it just
example.
finishes. Yeah.
It's a gacha game. So these games are trying to sell their next characters. They're trying to sell the next banner, right? So, like, of course, Skirk is coming out soon. So we're gonna get a Skirk-centered quest. And I think it really disrupts the flow. It really disrupts, like, what they can actually do with the game. Because they have to take certain directions that put certain characters in the spotlight with their story so that they can sell it better. But then it means that they're rushing through things, they're leaving loose ends behind, as they discussed in the Nordcry live stream, and they're not doing what they want to do with the story because it's dictated by the banners. So
Can I add to like what you're already touching on?
Yeah.
So I definitely agree. Like there's been like a lot of, at least letdown in my opinion, in a lot of like previous like story quests and character quests. Not so much world quests, because I do feel like those have always been like the meat of the game and providing like context for not just like the nation, but like that's like where you get your lore. Not just like from the artifact sets, but like a lot of these world quests are very well written. But I feel like there are so many instances where like the voice content is just like you sit through it for a couple of hours and then you ask yourself at the end, what was the point of this? Like
a lot of
like
voice
what did they
content
tell
is
us that
very
was like
lackluster.
worth? Yeah, it's like what was
Yeah.
like worth absorbing from this? And unfortunately, one of the characters that I feel like suffers from this a lot is Arlecchino, who like there was so much like importance leading up to her release, and like, you know, like all the Conria callbacks like that we got in her trailer and also her animated short, but then you do her story quest and you're like, that's it?
Mm.
Like where's the rest of it? Like where's like the importance of it? And I like touching into like what you were saying, it's like there are so many times where like they don't get to the point because they're just trying to make a character seem like quirky or cool or whatever, just to like get you to pull. And it's such a waste of voiced content. Like, it truly is.
Especially since like it's not something that pushes the majority of people to pull, and they're just pulling based on like design and like type of things that they like in the first place anyway. There's just not that many people who are influenced by a story quest from not pulling to, oh, I have to pull now.
Most of the time, I pull before I even start the story quest because I've already decided
Yeah,
whether or not I want the character.
Because like you've already decided on it.
Yeah.
And then of course, yeah, it's just frustrating that a lot of this voice content is so pointless. Like the little the Brick Breaker event that we have right now, I went into that and I can't even begin to describe how absolutely shocked I was to hear that it was voiced. I'm like, what for? You guys paid them. You guys paid the voice actors to voice this absolutely useless, pointless quest.
And it was like
that
5
should have been
minutes of voice content.
yeah, that should have been silent, just like every other like event quest usually is of this sort. And like you could have just put those resources into something that was actually important. Oh my goodness.
So for me personally,
some of these choices.
For me personally, I genuinely love Genshin Impact. I love its story. I really enjoy learning about the characters, and I especially love the world quests because, as we have all established here, they are very well written and they're very good. Whether they're voiced or not, it's unfortunate. I do feel certain world quests, or really all of them, had they gone the route, I think more people would be more inclined to respect and do world quests if they were voiced, just because people retain more information. Like certain people can't just read a world quest for like 3 hours and actually absorb
Yeah.
things, as opposed to other
Mhm.
people who, if you just had someone voice it, they'd be like, oh right, that happened. For me, one of my biggest criticisms with Genshin Impact storytelling, and something that I am very happy that they touched upon in the Nod Cry live stream, is how they want to have a lot of the lore come and be at the forefront and do things differently so that we're able to, everyone's on the same page. I think it's very important that, like, for instance, we all here, we enjoy reading artifact sets, weapon descriptions, and things of that nature, but not everyone does, and it becomes a bit difficult too when you want to get immersed into something, but the way that it's executed is very poor. So as we established before, if you didn't do, Varessa's, I honestly want to just call it a story quest, because when I think of a Tribal Chronicles quest, it's more so I want to learn about the tribe itself and the world building, not just the character. Because 9 times out of 10, I feel many story quests, like, yes, if you want to learn more about said character, it's great. But as someone who wants to know more about like lore pertaining the world, it feels a bit, I feel like I don't want to say wasting my time, but it's like, this isn't for me, because nothing here is going to be, again, for me. So I appreciate fluff. I think having some like lighthearted things at times is really fun, but there does become a point where it gets very exhausting, especially with it being a gacha game, because it's the whole aspect of the fear of missing out, the predatory practice of, you need to get this character, this is the next flavor of the month, we're going to shift some things so that you can really, really like them and hopefully pull for them. And so as a result, a lot of characters don't get that chance to shine.
Yeah.
And in addition, you just won't have proper story, because it's just, we want to push this out as quickly as possible for you to hopefully digest and like. So I really, really
Much
hope
to say.
I just really, yeah, and I just really hope in Nod Cry they truly do absorb the feedback and they change things a bit to see how, if the formula is just shaken up a bit, see how it would do well. Because you've mentioned before, I've been skipping every single banner because I'm just waiting for Skirk. I'm waiting for Skirk. I want to get her lore, I want to get her weapon, and I want to do her story quest. But at the same time, sometimes it feels they'll have story quests for characters that are just like standing man emoji. So yeah,
Also,
a lot
I wanted to say. So, you want to go ahead?
Oh, I mean, I just had like a lot to say about the tribal quest versus character quest thing. And I mean, it's just like, I had a lot of hope at the beginning of Natlan with the way that the tribal quests were going and the way that they replaced character quests, because they were just like paced a lot better than a lot of the character quests that we had been getting for a while. And they included NPCs and like other characters in the tribe in like a much more organic way, because the way that you get introduced to them is like, first you talk to NPCs and you like find out that there's like a problem happening, and then you like try to help the tribe with it, and then the character comes along, and then you get to know the character through that. And I feel like they did a pretty good job with that for like Moalani and Kanich especially, but then by the time they got to Shulonen, they just like gave up with that, and they just gave you Shulonen from the very beginning at the start of the quest, instead of introducing her organically later on. And then it stopped being about the tribes anymore and just became about the characters and their own personal thing. So it was just kind of like frustrating to see that being called a tribal quest when it doesn't really have that much to do with the tribe. It's just like,
I
agree.
They've
Yeah,
had
it's
like a
just
lot
like
of
the
issues
person
with
now.
consistency. I definitely feel.
Like, I thought
But-
it was such a good change and it felt great, and then they just kind of reverted it back to featuring the character only. And then yeah, even like with Varessa's quest, I'm like, I found out absolutely fucking nothing about the Collective of Plenty. All I know is that Varessa has a farm. Like, okay, what about the rest of the tribe? Like, what concerns do they have? I don't know. Her quest had nothing to do with it.
Because the Travail character, that's a different discussion entirely. Actually, no, it is related to the gacha game aspects, because obviously they felt like China was going to be better in Eon Sun's role for whatever reason. So I don't know. Like Yansan ended up being a 4-star, so like even if like they're supposed to be like our important Travell character, they obviously have not really had their time to shine like a meaningful way. So
She felt very
yeah.
sidelined, which was shocking.
So
Wait.
I don't know. I definitely have criticisms.
Oh no, and I think that's one thing that we can all agree, because you can genuinely love something and be critical of it. I think you should be critical of things that you enjoy, because it's how you wish for things to improve, especially if you voice them in a constructive manner. Of course, many of these criticisms are things that we've mentioned for years, and I think it's come to a point where it's like, okay, where here these are very glaring issues for a lot of people, and for many players, they are not incentivized to play because they just are not appreciative of how they may feel that their time is being wasted, I suppose, or that they just don't like the formula. So again, I do think it's really good to be able to look at this critically while also, still absorbing the content. And yeah, so sorry, I just feel that this conversation is really good to have and a necessary one, because sometimes I think when you're critical of things that you love, it's automatically, oh, well, you hate it. And it's not necessarily hate, it's just I would much rather things be different, and to feel as though my opinion, even amongst the masses, like it would like be nice to be able to have, as players, our feedback actually respected. So yeah.
I have been
I feel
given
like you
a
can
lot of
consume
like
media critically.
Go ahead.
yeah, no, you I mean, like, you have to, because I don't know, I've been given, for example, like a lot of hate and vitriol for daring to criticize mihoyo, and like having criticism about the like gameplay and the story and all kinds of stuff, and just been told so many times, well, like, if you hate it, stop playing. Like, no, I don't hate it. I'm taking the time to criticize it because I like it and because I care and I want it to improve. It's like so infuriating to hear people just dismiss it and be like, and then just stop playing. Like, that's not the point. The point is it could be better.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
I mean, I think that that's very good to know. Just because someone's critical of something does not mean that it's bad.
Yeah.
So
Like, sometimes it is actually just straight up bad though, and like that's also fine to say. Like, not every single thing that Genshin is gonna do is gonna be a work of art. In fact, it isn't. But
Oftentimes it's not, but we're
Yeah.
still here and we're still vibing with it, trying our best.
Mhm.
But I wanted to circle back because I know that like I guess like the opinions that have circulated after that development discussion was released kind of had to do with like no longer gatekeeping like the lore and the meat of the story behind readables such as artifact descriptions, weapon descriptions, and like silent voice quests or silent world quests, and that's where a lot of like disagreement and opinions have kind of come from in like the last like few days. And I know like Leah and I have both mentioned that like we're quite pleased with this decision moving forward of them kind of like bringing this information into the main like Archon quest or voice quest, whatever it may be, and kind of like broadening the horizon so that people who don't have the time or the interest in reading descriptions can be in the know and engage in lore discussions without completely like being lost. But for some people that has not been a very like well received piece of information.
I have a lot to say on this. I personally feel like there's plenty to criticize Hoyoverse for. We just laid out our criticisms for how they have been writing their story. We're all kind of on the same page about this criticism, so I don't think it's just something that I believe as like a veteran player. So like it's not like there aren't things that we can talk about negatively. People should be voicing their negative feedback. People should be consuming media critically. However, I do believe that there's some misunderstandings with the intentions of the dev stream and the message they're sending. First off, I think that it's a little bit silly. So we've had these like subtle references in a lot of readable lore, leading up to Notcry, right? And like about the moons and fate and the stars and wind and what have you, Sealies, etc. There have been things in the game since launch that have been talking about like these overarching narrative motifs in some way, shape, or form in like a very subtle foreshadowing way. And I think it's very silly that people are upset that it's going to come into the Archon quest now, because why would they spend years building this foreshadowing up for it to not lead anywhere? I just think that's a little bit silly. Like, of course we're gonna have main story that's going to lay everything out like that. Of course we're gonna have that. And it doesn't mean we're going to have only recap. We're literally having factions on Notcry that we haven't really interacted with that much on a meaningful way because they've been gatekept by the fact, like, talking about Genshin being a gacha game again. They're not selling Alice right now. They have not shown us her model. We've had little teasers of her like every summer. We've heard her voice. We don't know what she looks like. They're not. It's not her banner yet. They're waiting to build hype around these characters. They've been waiting for so long, and we're finally gonna get the Hexen Circle and Notcry. And they've already said on the live stream that instead of this being a very like culturally like real life world influence region, it's going to be kind of bare bones. It has some influences because you can't escape influences, but it's going to be mostly determined, like the story will be mostly determined by the factions acting on Notcry, similar to Penacony, similar to what was going on there. You had this environment, you had all these factions there driving the story. I have criticisms of Penacony, but I have faith that Genshin's not going to do the same thing Penacony did with the, like, it was what I was talking about earlier, like front loading exposition. But yeah, anyway. So like sorry, let me finish this real quick. So like, just going back to Genshin being a gacha game, if we're gonna get the Hexen Circle and Notcry, then we can probably expect characters like Alice to potentially be playable here. We're gonna get Varka as soon as we set foot in Notcry. We're getting characters that we've been waiting for a very, 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 very long time. Like, it's not just going to be some kind of like recap that people are expecting. Like, maybe there will be some recap, but that's because starting in Snezhnaya, like proper Snezhnaya, they're going to be hitting us hard in the feels. They want to make sure every single player is on the same page, is on the same understanding, because not everyone has the time to play the world quests. Not everyone has the attention span to read all the readables. That's just the truth. It doesn't mean that they are bad players. It just means that they have their eggs in multiple baskets. Like, us more hardcore veteran players that have spent the time reading over everything, we're not just suddenly better than them because we did that. I don't know. So I don't know.
I used to have the time to 100% read every single thing that came out in every single patch, like weapons, artifacts, and like readables and whatever, but like, dude, not anymore. I have too many chores to do. Perma behind.
If I may say, I'm thoroughly excited that we are in endgame Genshin Impact lore territory. It makes for a very, very fun time because to those who are familiar with the story we're all able to discuss and have our theories and, you know, do all of that. And so for me, I do think it's silly for any person to be upset at the idea that formerly, I wouldn't say hidden, but diving deep into lore and certain pieces of information you otherwise would not have received unless you did this world quest or you went out of your way to explore and get this specific item. I do think it's a bit silly to maybe perhaps either gatekeep or just get frustrated that this is all coming to a head, because Genshin is meant to be an X years long journey in terms of story. Eventually, as mentioned previously, all of these themes, topics, narratives are going to meet at a point, and right now we're going to Notcry. Eventually we'll reach Snezhnaya, and then we'll see Conria, and who knows what happens beyond then. I'm a type of player where I thoroughly enjoy reading artifact descriptions or just like item descriptions. And I largely have From Software to thank for that because I love the Soulsborne Rain series. So it's a lot, but that's not to everyone's taste. Not everyone likes reading artifact descriptions. Not everyone likes having to get a weapon to know about this ancient thing, or having to keep up with world quests, or needing to speak to this NPC. There was a period of time where I was able to be 100% always on it, but that's not the case anymore. But even though that's the case, that's no longer the case, I still find comfort in that, and I enjoy being a part of a community in which everyone likes to talk about that, and we're able to discuss theories and things of that nature. I don't feel it's healthy for any form of community to try and gatekeep or have some form of elitism when it comes to stuff like that, because naturally we were just going to have many of these otherwise hidden, and I say hidden in quotations, like lore, like pieces be brought to the forefront because they will be important. You know, learning about the ancient Seelie and only being like giving little crumbles over time, naturally we were just eventually going to get stuff from it. Or, you know, certain factions like the Hexen Circle. I have been down bad for the Hexen Circle for years now, and I'm so happy that we're getting stuff more about it now, and I want more people to know about the Hexen Circle. I personally don't think it's healthy to be upset that more people know about it, because I want people to be able to engage in the story and learn that they too, even if they don't have the time, like, hey, yeah, that's the thing that was mentioned that time. It's such a fun, for me, it's very validating and very fun to be a part of communities where we can just talk about stuff in a healthy manner. And this isn't, and obviously every game has its I'm not saying the storytelling again is perfect, because we briefly mentioned Star Rail. Penacony was difficult for me just because of how much information they shove in your face very quickly, and I needed to take the time to like take notes and stuff like that to try and properly organize myself. And that's not to say that Genshin Impact does not do that, but everyone handles absorbing information differently. So yeah.
So building off that, that leads to another point I have, that just because they're gonna be like bringing this to the forefront in the main story doesn't mean that they're never ever again going to do foreshadowing for something in the future, or that they're going to cut out readables or world quests entirely. It just means that they are going to be voicing the things that are actually important that they want the players to know. And like they could still be teasing something for the future. Like people in chat are talking about the possibility of Genshin 2. This would be the time to start like trickling in information about what's outside of Tevat. They already have with the recent artifact set, right? Like we got mentions of things outside of Tevat. Like we have been waiting for years for this to be in the main story. They were saying that they've been rushing through because there's two different stories going on. There's the story of the traveler experiencing regions, which is what they've been rushing through. We're just, you know, completing entire region stories in a couple of patches. And then there's the story that is more overarching in Tevat, involving the Abyss sibling and Daneslave, and like all these things like Sealies and Angels and stuff that they just haven't really had time to develop because, I mean, they're not selling any banners. You know, it's not relevant to their income. So, like, this is a good thing. Honestly, I think there's a lot of us lore players that have been burnt out because we keep waiting for something to be interested in, but they are giving us like very surface level information about a new region. It's still exciting. Like, don't get me wrong, I am excited every time we go to a new region, but it does get a little bit exhausting because I want to hit back at the main point of the game that they were introducing to us since the beginning, and they just never get around to it, and everything is like very surface level fleshed out. And they were discussing this in the live stream. They're like, we have so many loose ties, we just have not had time to go back and wrap them up, and we're going to do that in Notcry. So I don't know what that means. Like, there's a lot of factions that haven't been in the spotlight in Notcry, I'm sure, but I wonder if we're also going to get exposition to stories that were just kind of talked about and left in the dust, like that.
Are we just gonna go go back to like the other regions and like events or like extra quests or something to finish stuff up.
That's what I'm
Maybe?
wondering. Like, we're getting this Albedo. Like, this is Albedo's first time in a freaking Archon quest. Can we just, like. We're getting
Yeah.
Albedo in Archon quest. He's been Event King for such a long time.
Well,
Like, this is a good thing.
which I also feel that will be brought up recently too, regardless, and we'll see how it is followed up with. Mind you, everything that we're experiencing right now in Genshin Impact is reportedly the Tavat arc. The arc, I guess. We don't know what's planned afterwards. We don't have that degree of foresight. But like they've admitted, there's so much that we haven't been able to connect, that we haven't been able to properly expand upon because they have to sell their new ice cream flavor of the month. They have to sell the new candy. It's clockwork. Every 21 days, or for 21 days, you too will get your new toy. And so that's why it's, if you are someone who's really deep into lore, and you're going through all of these games, especially with Hoyoverse, with how packed everything is, Genshin Impact and Star Rail and Zenless, like trying to keep up with that. And even if you just focus on Genshin Impact, burnout is real, especially when it comes with lore. So I think it's very important too to pace yourself and to give yourself a break, like an actual break, because it comes to a point where you're just like, oh my gosh. So yeah, but to bring this back to the Not Cry live stream, I do firmly respect that they acknowledge that they have many, many criticisms in regards to how they've been handling the story. So I can only hope that they do take it seriously and they execute certain things maybe differently, but we'll see. So
I feel like I want to talk about something else Carrie was mentioning before as well. Just going back to like the flaws that Penacony had. They had all these factions in Penacony, right? But they made the story in a couple of patches, and the players kind of missed the point of what they were doing with the Watchmaker story. Like, I was very invested in it. I made an entire video from like 2.1, maybe it was 2.0 actually, just like, these are my nameless theories. I think this is all connected, and I was right about like 90% of it. So I was very invested in the very tiny details they gave us in the world building in Penacony, but like, a lot of people don't have time for that, or the attention span for that. Like, that was like a lot of, it was a time sink for me to connect all that. So I would not expect a normal player to know all that. So they've had a lot of like backlash in Penacony about rushing through things, but at the same time, like, just honestly having yap fests and like the pacing's just like abysmal. And then it's like, I have no idea what the point of a lot of things was with like the nameless and stuff. And so they're actually going to have like a new Penacony installment kind of going over like the history and everything to wrap everything up like that. And I feel like in that vein, Star Rail is having similar issues to Genshin. And they've realized them. So for Euphorius, they started spreading things out, and they're taking their time to develop the story as the game goes on. Of course, the quests are longer, and there's other issues with Euphorius that weren't issues before, but I'm really liking Euphorius. I like that they're taking the time to give us everything. And I think if they are taking a similar direction for Genshin, where they're using like all of these like factions to tell a story like they did on Penacony, but they're gonna pace themselves and not just pile it into a couple of patches, then it might be really freaking good. Like, I have high expectations. I really do.
They can't seem to quite strike a good balance between those things, because like even using, I guess, Penacony and Euphorius as examples, like Penacony speeding through things, Euphorius is taking way too fucking long. Like, they will have characters say the exact same thing 3 times over but phrased differently.
I agree,
And like the scenes are just so long. I'm like, I already heard you say this, Aglaya, move on, and she like repeats it once again, and I'm like,
No,
oh my god.
I have the same criticism that is, I hope that they don't overcorrect like that. I hope they're listening to Euphorius feedback. As they're developing Notekai, they still have some time to correct the dialogue and everything, so
like, it's good, it's just taking too long. It's taking a little too long.
It's an
But to be
overcorrection.
honest, like, that being said, I feel like it's taken Genshin a really long time to like try to course correct. So like obviously they have a lot of room for like at least like when it comes to like their star rail writing, like yeah, like they've kind of like gone off the deep end and like they've like super slowed down the story. But I feel like Star Rail is a much newer game. Like it hasn't been around as long as Genshin has. So it's like at least like they're attempting to make corrections this early in its lifespan, where it's like it's taken Genshin a very, very long time to kind of like figure out a way to piece all of these issues together. Because they've been aware that they've been leaving plot holes for a very long time. And I'm sure plenty of those plot holes come from these limited time events that are like somehow super lore relevant and then like you can't ever play them again.
I think if they can write quests similar to like Nahida's birthday event, I don't know if you guys remember that. That was like so concise. It was short and sweet. We already know the characters. We just go and have a great time. Like,
Oh, that one was
and
so good.
they were talking about that in the live stream as well. They were saying that they're going to use familiar people and concepts to introduce unfamiliar things. If they do that, if they write it similar to like Nahida's like event and they actually have like conciseness instead of just, you know, a lot of unnecessary dialogue trying to get home one point that they could have summarized in shorter dialogue, I think they could have a really good quest on their hands. And from the dev stream, from their perspective, it sounds like they're aware of all these things and they're trying to find the right balance. So honestly, I have a lot of faith.
I do understand that this is it's a very passionate topic because, you know, it's about storytelling. And when you play, because September 28th of this year, Genshin Impact will have been released for 5 years. So
Oh my god.
for almost 5 years, we've been going through the same kind of storytelling. So, you know, over a while, I mean, there are many people who dropped the game entirely because they were sick of certain things. But to those of us who have stayed around, it's interesting to, you know, just feel and hear like the emotions people have regarding a storytelling and people genuinely hope that things improve. So I really hope for Not Cry that they do have things like a bit differently. I'm not expecting a complete like 720 shift. I'm not. But it would be nice to have a little bit of a shake up in that regard. But I didn't want to move on from this topic if there was still more to say, because I think it's a conversation that needs to be had. So how are we currently feeling? Is everything okay, or
I was gonna actually suggest maybe taking like a 2-3 minute like pause and like a breather, because I know Leah said she's gonna grab some water.
yeah.
And I personally, I've reached my limit and I need to go lay down.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
that way, like everyone can kind of like grab their midstream snack or whatever it may be, use the bathroom,
Right.
and that way you guys can continue the discussion.
Oh, absolutely. We really appreciate you being here. Sorry, I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
for
I'm
sticking
sorry I
around,
couldn't stick
yeah.
around for the entirety of it, but hopefully next time things will be a little bit better
I
on my
hope you
end.
feel I hope you
Yeah.
feel better.
Hope you
Take
feel
care of
better.
yourself.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And I'm so excited for more of these discussions, like especially once, not just like after like this next patch, but like once we get into like the thick of Not Cry. Like I'm very, very excited for us to sit around and like lose our minds.
Of course, because you get to see your mans again.
Yeah, you can give us a PowerPoint about Dottore and we'll just sit around and listen.
I'll have one ready.
I hope so.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Bye.
Have a good
Thanks for
night.
joining.
Bye.
Do you think that what topics do we have left going on? Because I'm just wondering if you guys wanted to talk about the world quest, then this could also just be the time for me to yeet.
So
Unless there was like other stuff to discuss.
So currently Leah is on BRB, and from the last major points, we definitely wanted to talk about were the Tournament in Bloom, which was just Aoife's event, with Antu
My
and
man.
Nampo. Oh my god. I didn't know he was your man's. And then
I love him.
and then
Vets, oh my gosh.
the Saurian World Quest, as well as just 5.6 speculation. So obviously, because you haven't completed the World Quest, we wouldn't talk about it in a sense to spoil
my
it.
homework. Yeah.
Well, it's completely okay. The World Quest is something that Leah and I have both done, and we absolutely like. It is a quest I thoroughly recommend you doing when you do have the time. Don't rush through it if you can. Just because
I was
there's
so
a
on
lot.
top of things, and then this patch just kind of, I've been too tired and too busy. Every time I come home from work, I just decompose on the floor instead of doing anything. So it's been a struggle.
Oh no, it's completely okay. Just like we mentioned earlier, not everyone has time for absolutely everything. So when we get to it, we can. So I would say probably once we return after having like a little bit of like a 2-3 minute break, we're just going to be discussing probably Aoife's quest a little bit, and then we'll probably go into the World Quest finale because obviously we can still talk about the Welkin Moon. I feel like we've thoroughly discussed this multiple times before, but of course we can't have
about the moon
quite a bit. But we also have quite a few questions, both from chat here in the live chat and on social media on both YouTube and Twitter as well, that I do think would be fun to discuss too. But it's ultimately what where we feel it would be good, because I'm fine
it is
with
also, it's been like two hours or so that we've been yapping, so yeah, we usually kind of die after like 4, right?
yes.
We just pass out.
Oh well, yeah, because I mean, you don't realize just how much you've been speaking and just how well dehydrated you get the longer that you speak. And when you're having like a really, really good conversation, you're just like, oh wait, hold on, I'm winded. so
I need a break.
But yes, there are like actually a lot of good questions that people have been asking us. And I originally, like, all the bullet points that we have for the Lord Keeper's discussion this time around for version 5.5, we wanted to aim to get to all of them. But I think if there was any that we didn't completely get into again further, may be the Song of the Welkin Moon, but that's only because we've had just we've just extensively talked about it before, and there's also only so much we can talk about. I don't remember when the next or the third phase is, unless it already happened. Does it update tonight actually? Because it ends on the 10th. Because my birthday is on Tuesday the 6th, and I remember it's 4 days away from that. So I'm like, I know it hasn't ended just yet. So we can see if it updates, but you know, I'm not too sure. With that said, I feel like for the next thing we could probably kind of talk about is Aoife's event. I love how I call it Aoife's event, even though
no, it really is. I was kind of doing it, and I'm like, I don't want to say it so early just in case it changes, but this is quite literally just an Aoife story quest. Like, it's very focused on him. Which I feel like this is kind of how they've been introducing a lot of their 4-star characters recently. They'll give them like an event. The only exception, I guess, being Lanyan, because I thought it was going to be her event, but it super wasn't, and she was irrelevant in her own introduction story. But
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, wasn't that the lantern, right?
So it was like mostly just about Hu Tao.
And that was a really good, like, I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
more Hu Tao
it was
stuff.
a really good quest. Yeah, it was a really good quest, but I just expected more Lanyan, but I just feel like I really did not find out much about her. It was very Hu Tao focused, and it was like a great Hu Tao quest, but what about the new girl? They
this
really
is true.
Gave her nothing.
Like,
they gave her absolutely nothing.
They gave her a little bit, but yeah. But on the topic of Aoife's event, I just want to say that I remember seeing it drop. I did not do it until like 3 hours before reset that day that it ended, because I was lying in bed, and I was just like, man, all right, ready for the work week. Wait, I didn't do Aoife's event, so I got up, immediately started doing the story, and it was largely like I was not prepared. That was one of the most emotional like
Yeah.
events I think we've ever had. I
Mhm.
don't know if we've I'm thinking like I'm struggling to think in just such a way that Aoife's event was, because we've had like little events where, you know, they're a little, it tugs on your heartstrings a little bit.
Yeah.
Some of them mainly focused, like had little lore bits. Like I'm thinking back to, I can't remember. I want to call it Diluc's event, but that's not what it was. I'm blanking on the event where you learn about how the Alberic's were just regents of King Ermin back in the day, from like a letter that was just like in like on the Knights of Favonia's like tower or something, and then the event just like ended. I can't remember what
Oh
that
god.
was,
Yeah. No.
because that one
Oh,
was
Jesus,
really,
what was that about?
because that one was really emotional, because it just really went into, from what I remember, and this could absolutely be me headcanoning because I love the
Was
Ragnaros
that
so
the-
much, how like things changed between Kaya and Diluc, especially
Yeah,
because they
yeah.
went their separate ways, especially after Kaya revealed that, you know, he was a spy and everything, and that whole the
Mhm.
angst there. I think that was that event, but like I can't remember. Then there was
Yeah,
also
no, it was. I
Fremenay's
think it was,
event.
like,
Yes,
with the what's her name, with the Oceanid or something? The
Oceanid.
Spring Fairy.
Oh,
I think was that the one?
Heart of Clear Springs. Hidden Strife, thank you. And Telxie's Adventures, that event broke me. I was crying for like a solid
Oh,
like
yeah,
10
yeah.
minutes. That was really rough. So
Yeah, no, some of them are really emotional, but I guess it like sometimes it depends on the event, because some of them are like, for example, like Gaming's quest was like really emotional for me because it's something that I can relate to on a personal level.
yeah.
But like some of them are not necessarily personally relatable, so they might not be as emotional. But then like Aoife's quest was very much like, I feel like it's something that everybody can relate to.
Yep.
It's like a very like a common like type of experience. Like it doesn't have to be as specific as like Gumming's like parents being mean to him or something like that, because like obviously not everybody has that experience.
And I think, well, first going into the event, I feel like it was really difficult because, I won't say going into it, as you experience the event, you learn more and more about, I say there was like the bit of mystery, but you come to learn that how Antu firmly believed that there were crystals that are the sacred flame crystals that tainted the hearts of men, when it was just no men being greedy.
Yeah, it was just
And-
people being people.
And the fact that Nampole, I think, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing his name, did absolutely everything he could in an attempt just to save his Saurian friend. And
Mhm.
it was heartbreaking when you learned that they both perished at the same place together, but the absolute determination to reunite Nantu with his buddy. And I think what really got me was the end, when also welcome back, Leah, when Antu like was looking between returning to going to the Night Kingdom and looking at Io and his
Looking
friends.
back.
And I can't express, like I was crying. I was like, this is so sweet. It's bittersweet, but it's really, really good. And I love events
I was
like
so
those.
miserable with that scene, like the way he just kind of looks back and you can see him kind of like wondering like whether he should stay, and I'm like, tears are pouring down my face. Leave me alone, mihoyo.
Yep, the ending cutscene.
How dare you?
It was just really good, and I really appreciate when they have quests like those, because you have, like, again, I would say Hidden Strife, Telxie's event, Aoife's event, Heart of Clear Springs was cute, and I once again would really need to look through all of the flagship events that we've had to go through them. But
The one in Mond was really good with the family stuff with Razor and Rosario.
Oh yes,
That one was also
like they
that one
have
was also quite peak.
like they have events like those, and this is something that I guess could tie into previously when we were talking about with Not Cry, but it won't be like to that like level of like having emotional and mature events, but I wish they did them and had them like as a conventional memoir, so you can just redo them and experience the
That
story
would be
again.
nice.
So, you know, if for those who do want to experience the story is nice because like also too learning about Aoife's ancestor in that quest too was really good. Like I thoroughly enjoyed learning about Aoife. Now I will be just supporting all Aoife enjoyers and pullers in a few days. So,
Oh, please,
but
please.
he looks.
4-star rate, don't betray me.
Oh, he's a 4-star. For some reason, I thought he was a 5-star.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
I did not. I am so sorry. I've been so disconnected. I
Yeah.
thought he was a 5-star. Oops.
Gosh.
I am so
I like
sorry.
low key wish because then I could actually guarantee him. I've had some atrocious luck with some 4-stars. Whenever they rarely release a 4-star, unfortunately. Oh, I kind of meant to say this earlier actually when we were discussing the fact that like patch content will sometimes be focused on the banner character, and it's like really lackluster because they're the only ones there and like maybe some NPCs and whatever. Whereas like yes, it's a common gacha game thing that is going to be focused on whoever is pullable at the moment, but a lot of other gacha games will release like other 4-stars or lower rarity characters or like outfits or whatever, or like cards, whatever type of game you play that makes the
Outfits would be
story like
great.
more fleshed out than just one character being involved.
Mm-hmm.
Like all they really need to do is just like involve other characters in these stories, but for some
Yep.
reason they just like don't do that.
Yeah,
Which is
I
quite
completely-
frustrating.
I completely agree. I feel like characters shine the most when they're interacting in a cast and they are just like
Mhm.
doing the heavy lifting in the patch. I
Right.
feel like it's
Yeah.
a great flaw of honestly
Like, they could just
both Star Relic and
incorporate-
Writing.
Yeah, like they could just really incorporate the other characters and like build on those relationships. Or yeah, like do something. Or just release more 4-stars. Like holy crap, we get them so rarely.
I also
But
I agree because we're currently talking about Aoife's event and how I like finished the story at the speed of light like the day of, and just how emotional it is. And I love events like those. They're while again it's unfortunate that they're limited time. I do really appreciate when they give us a really nice story. It's an emotional beat. And it has a wonderful like cuts, like you remember it. It's something that you will keep with you. So yeah, it's
like some of the best event stories are like not even necessarily heavy lore relevant, but they're just like really well constructed and emotional stories, and that sticks with you longer than just like the lore of a game.
I feel like Aoife's event, just to share my perspective on it,
Mhm.
was one of the better written events Genshin's put out,
Mm.
and
I agree.
also think that it helped contextualize a lot that happened in Noslin with the devs saying that they
Mhm.
felt like they were rushing through certain things, and like as a result, players aren't really on the same page as like you know them as creators. I feel like this is a great example. Just looking at Noslin, there's been a lot of different discourse and a lot of different understandings of things going on. And I feel like Eva's event gives that historical perspective of Notlin that we were missing from the beginning, where like it used to be a land of like genuine like strife and intertribal conflicts and things like this. But because because that all happened and it really set them back when they were fighting like against like the Abyss, like Mavuika revolutionized everything, and she had to run a tight ship in order to accomplish her goals and actually protect everyone, because they were just gonna destroy themselves from the inside out. Don't even need the Abyss, you know. So I really feel like Eva's event was just written well from both an emotional, like just general story perspective. It really hit the emotions.
Yeah,
I
While
agree.
keeping it like concise,
really tugged at your
refreshing.
heartstrings.
It like it wasn't like really drawn out, and also it gave like a lot of world building to Notlin that was really necessary to understand the region's direction. So,
I agree.
That's how I felt.
And a lot of development to some characters that have been underdeveloped in the story so far, like Mohuika especially, getting some characterization outside of just like, I'm very confident in our victory. Let's go.
I think that's one thing that when they really focus on it, they can excel in, because again, I genuinely love seeing characters interact more. Like for instance, I've been screaming for years, like I want Mona and Albedo to interact. I want to see.
like they're canonically like interact. Let me see it.
Well, I think that's another thing too. It's like, oh well, these people interact with each other, and it's like, but where? I've
but
like,
where?
but where?
I want to peek. Like,
Like, I would love to see more things like that, and just like let us see these characters in their like natural habitat, just existing and talking to people. I think that's just really cute. So yeah, I thoroughly think that we should have more events like IFA. I don't know if I always want very emotional ones like that, but who knows?
oh
Like,
gosh.
I mean, we might leading into Nod Cry or like in the future, but we'll see.
Yeah, like one of the standout things about Genshin when it first began, and like what actually made it really, really good, was all of the character interactions and the characterization and how like integrated people were with each other. Like in Mond and Liyue, like there are so many groups of people that just like have deep connections to each other, and we can see that as an audience. And it's just much more interesting when you see those characters like together with each other. And then like it feels like they kind of, as time went on, they started separating them from each other a bit more. Like there would be maybe like pairs or trios of characters who interact, but for the most part, like just didn't have a lot of connections to other characters in their regions, and it just became less interesting. So I wish that could come back a bit more, because that was definitely one of their strengths.
Irodori Festival, one of the best events of all time. I remember freaking out. All my favorites were on the
Everybody
Irodori-
was there. Yep.
Irodori Festival was really, really good. Yeah, this is gonna become like a nostalgic, like going down memory lane. But like
all these
there were
good
many,
events.
there were many events, and so I wanted to ask this previously. Stephanie had to bow out for the evening, but this was back for when we were discussing Nod Cry. I wanted to ask, which factions specifically were you both most interested in learning about? Because I feel...
Alright, Owlet. I said, alright, Owlet, you go first. But
What, me? What?
finish your thought, you. Sorry.
No, I was just going to
Wait,
say
what?
So which factions are you the most interested in going into Nod Cry? That was my question. Because as of the Moon event, they've given us 11 factions that we're going to be learning about and that will be active in Nod Cry.
Not only active, but directing the story. Like, the land is going to be shaped by the people there, which is
Yep.
awesome. Awesome.
So I'm very curious to see what both of your because it doesn't have to be just one faction, it can be multiple ones. And the same for chat too. Which factions are you the most interested in and that you want to have more information from? If you can't choose...
Like, this is gonna be like the worst take, I feel like, but I'm honestly a little bit excited about the treasure hoarders and like actually getting meaningful lore for them that isn't just like they're trash mobs in the world.
Well, okay, I'm happy you said that because for the longest time there have been so many theories about the treasure hoarders' deeper connection to like having a grander story to tell outside of just being thieves and being everywhere.
Like, I feel like there always had to be more to them, but like we just have never really seen it. But they've been around from the very beginning, and they will like sometimes give you a tiny little sprinkle of meaning, but then will also just kind of like immediately take it away almost by how incredibly incompetent they are at anything that they try to do.
Well,
so it's like
Owlet,
them being a major faction in this area that is bringing in a lot of these other really powerful players. I'm like, wow, they're actually gonna have some meaning. Amazing.
Owlet, I was also thinking of the treasure hoarders. It wasn't my number one answer, but like in the navigation tab of the Adventurer's Handbook, where you can like navigate the enemies, when you go to the treasure hoarder description, it mentions Reed Miller, the group's founder, and Reed Miller was also mentioned in
the most recent artifact set.
Yeah, so they're starting to like.
Artifact set? I thought it was in the web event.
I'm pretty sure. Wait, no, I might be confusing the two.
I think it's a web event. The web event.
I think it's a web event.
It was
Yeah.
in the web event. Yeah. Was he mentioned in both?
I think so. It may not be. Hold on. I have so many tabs open, I like confuse myself. Hold on. Because I
But-
distinctly, go ahead, continue while I look at this.
I was just gonna finish my thought and say like, but I definitely think like having this faction here and having like this name tease since the beginning and like literally nothing's been done with it, and the fact that they're like bringing it to the forefront now is like pretty. It's interesting because it's really like a faction we don't know anything about. Other than that, like their lackeys are weak as hell and
Yeah.
useless.
They really are just useless. Like, I was honestly kind of shocked because, like, when I saw their icons and stuff and I saw the treasure hoarder icon, I completely forgot that it's a treasure hoarder icon. I was looking at it and I'm just like, what does Kapatir have to do with this? Like, she's coming back? And then I'm like, wait, wait a
So-
minute, those are... Never mind.
So, on the topic of treasure hoarders, he is mentioned, but not explicitly by name. In the Lightkeeper's Pledge, which is the flower in the Long Night's Oath, it states, but all this took place before the quote-unquote paradise, Notcry, had even come into being, for at the time, it was no more than a daydream, a fantasy shared by two children beneath the moon's glow. It was not until many years later, when one of them was executed as a notorious bandit, infamous throughout the nations, that the other finally realized the true meaning of those words that had been left behind as if by accident. And this entire set, like, it goes further into just like Notcry's origins, like a lot. So for me, when I saw Reed Miller and then learn more about the Lightkeeper, I'm like, oh, goodness gracious. So yeah, sorry. I don't mean to detract from there. So was it just the treasure hoarders, or did you have any other factions you were looking forward to as well?
Gosh, I'm like fucking scroll through this to remind myself. But I mean, otherwise, like, God, it's so exciting to finally see some Varka. But
Oh.
like, also the Wild Hunt. But that's just because their icon is reminding me of my boy. So I want to see more of that.
Okay, so I kind of want to give my perspective on all the factions. Let me get the web event up just so I don't forget any.
I will
There's a
save
lot
mine.
I'm interested in,
Yeah.
but like I think just because they're introduced in one way doesn't mean that they're totally unfamiliar. I think there's a lot that we're already gonna be very, 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 very familiar with. So I just want to make sure, because I have a lot to say with some of these factions.
Okay.
Hold on.
Go on.
Okay. Well, I think it's very easy for me that my most excited I'm for is the Hexen Circle, because I love my witches and I love the Circle of Witches. Not to mention how they are directly going to be involved with what's happening in Notcry, because it's stated that, if I recall correctly on the web event, they stated since Notcry was more or less at like the edge of the world or something like that, it's like, how could the Hexen Circle not appear? We have been teased for almost 5 years about the Hexen Circle characters. We mostly had information about its founder, Alice, for the longest time. But we also learned about Barbeloth or Barbelith, Mona's master, who I really, really love. Nicole, Anders' daughter, etc. It's the fact that these witches are not only so powerful, but through various means, you can connect them to so much. I don't think I even need to really go into detail about Rhine-daughter and how impactful she has been in Tavad. And I'm also hoping, should the time come, maybe her and Alice become playable characters. Regardless, the Hexen Circle, their power and their influence over Tavad is something that I'm very, very curious about, despite them being a quote-unquote secret coven of witches. The same coven of witches that Venti said, oh no, I don't want smoke from, sorry.
Hey guys, how about we cooperate?
Yeah, let's sing and song and dance. Let's not fight, please. But also the Lightkeepers.
Agreed.
But also the Lightkeepers as well. I've always been a fan of. Here is force that is desperately attempting to stop against the Abyss. So they are one I really want to learn. I mean, I learned a bit about them from the Long Night Oath set and Torch Forger. I really, really like how they were founded from the Torch Forger and had a pact with Tsaritsa to be the defense against the Abyss for as long as they can, and that Nodcry could occupy independently of Sneznaya so long as they honor that pact with her. But I also am curious about the Snowland Fae, and we learn more about like the Fae from the Deep Galleries set, and then it's just, I feel like there are multiple, like, I'm interested in all of them. Obviously, I have my priorities, but each of them have their own, oh, this is why I'm interested in X, Y, and Z. So, yeah. But yours,
Okay.
Leah?
One of the things about
Yeah.
the
Oh, sorry, go on, Alex. Oh wait.
it was just
I
like
have a lot to say.
it was pretty quick. I was just like one of the things about the Snowland Fae that's also kind of interesting to me. Once again, it's just their icon. Like it just really reminds me of the way that the Traveler constellation looks.
Yep.
So I'm wondering what the connection there might be, because it's like very, I don't know. It just seems like a very on purpose kind of visual connection.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm interested in. I mean, like, if I were to answer the question directly, Hex and Circle would be my top faction. But I'm interested in a lot of the factions because I think many of these factions are just things we already know about and are familiar with, but under the guise of like a region localized like group. I don't know, like for example, we have the Withering Sumeru and like forbidden knowledge that's taking the form of the Abyss, right? But the Wild Hunt is clearly related to the Abyss and the Abyss Order and the attack from Ryandottier's Riftwolves that Raiden talked about in her second story quest. They were tasked with destroying the ley lines and eating up memories and abyssal and elemental energy. And like if you read the artifact set that talks about the Wild Hunt and everything, they link back to the Cataclysm. So I'm pretty sure the Wild Hunt, at least, is just the remnants of that attack. Like, not necessarily the Abyss Order itself, but like just abyssal creatures. There's a lot of evidence I have to support this. If you read about Rift Wolves, back in Fontaine, we learned about beastly rifts that summon rift wolves from another world, just like you're talking about in the artifact sets about the Wild Hunt. And Ryandotter seems to have done this en masse because she summoned a ton of rift wolves and they attacked every single region into that. So I'm pretty sure the Wild Hunt is just remnants of that. And then maybe there's like people or like some kind of like NPCs that like follow them or something, or like I don't know, because we've had like Razor raised by the wolves here. I don't see why there can't be like as time goes on, some faction that developed impacted by the attack from the Rift Wolves or something. So that is my thoughts about
a parallel
like,
baby raised by Rift Wolves.
I'm really interested in the Wild Hunt, but not because I think it's anything new. It's because I want to know like the flavor of Abyss it is, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Makes perfect sense.
Same thing with like the Lightkeepers, the Frostmoon Scions, and the Snowland Fae. I think the Snowland Fae are going to be very similar to Inazuma's yokai, just for example. I think it's very, very, very curious that they were created like Men of Lithen style in the artifact set, but it seems like they're like natural, like well, they were created, but they're like the local like wildlife, like magical wildlife, mythological influenced, like like the yokai in Asuma are not only like playable characters, they're like demi-humans. There's also like literally like foxes and stuff like that. So that's what I'm imagining when I hear Snowland Fae, and I'm interested like what forms they're gonna take on, like how they're gonna portray that. But I think it's going to be like Nordkreit's version of this. Lightkeepers, and the whole thing with like the Lightkeepers against the Wild Hunt reminds me of the Chasms. Fine balance between like the Lumen Stone and the light from the Divine Nails chasing back like the Dark Sludge.
Right.
Like I'm pretty sure it's going to be playing off that idea, but it's still interesting. Like just because it's similar like lines in the story doesn't mean it's not going to be interesting. It's just it's going to be like a slightly different nuanced version of these dynamics. So I'm definitely interested in all of it. I just like I am very aware that there's going to be like a lot of familiar things there as well. In terms of like new things, the Voynich Guild sounds super cool because if you saw like the art they released for it, it's basically Zon from Arcane. And I think they even took inspiration from Zon. I don't remember if they mentioned it in the Noldcry livestream, but I know they were like, I don't know, it's like Bellowbog Underground. It's going to be super cool. And also, I'm wondering because the Fatui art that they released had like that synthetic moon-like structure behind them. And that's going to be like Dotori's and the other Harbingers' involvement. I wonder if we're gonna get a lot more like Harbinger lore and like moon lore through them being like the baddies, you know?
Maybe we'll meet all of them. Whoa.
This is
That might be a little too exciting, actually.
Like I'm so excited for Not Cry, and I'm waiting, and I know that they will cook, so I look all the more forward to it. But
yeah, it's my thoughts.
So currently I just want to like review a little bit because like we obviously went through like the artifacts and we covered Aoif's event a little bit. Once again, praying for you for your Aoife rolls, Owlet. Now we're at a shift where I want to know if either of you have a very specific, because obviously we still will cover the world quest, the Saurian world quest, but we also had questions that I wonder if you would like to answer, or if you would feel more comfortable in talking about a separate topic, because I feel like we have many spicy questions and I think they'd be fun to discuss covering while we're covering version 5.5. So
you mean like the questions you put in like the lore questions channel here?
Or would you prefer to save them for later? Oh dear, I just had like the loudest notification. I apologize. So yes.
There is definitely some interesting questions in here. A lot of them pertain to 5.6 content.
Let me see. Well, I'm seeing one that I think is kind of a general speculative question that I don't think necessarily, like, it could tie to 5.6, but I think it's more directly based on the artifact set that we covered previously. Specifically from Speed, or with the reveal of the Voyager in the new artifact set, do you think the plot of Vera's melancholy might be connected to them?
Yeah, I said that earlier.
I think it's been mentioned.
I mean, I feel like the Nameless Bard thing, they introduced that at the beginning of Genshin Impact. You know, they always reference the beginning of the story when you reach its oh my gosh. When you reach a conclusion of a story, you will always reference the prologue, right?
Correct.
And Mondstadt was a prologue. We are literally going back for our conquest in 5.6. We've always known we're going back in some way, shape, or form. And like we were talking about the possibility of the Voyager, like basically like role playing as a D&D character. I feel like Nameless Bard is one of those like humble origins, like nobodies that really rose up and accomplished so freaking much, and I have no idea how he did it. Like I think his story is romantic enough as it is in Vera's Melancholy. Oh, sorry, not in Vera's Melancholy. Sorry, in Venti Story Quest, but like. I feel like the thought of like the Nameless Bard being connected to the Voyager is super interesting. And then if you connect the Nameless Bard to Vera's Melancholy, Ike has a lot of similarities to the Nameless Bard, and Ike is like a character that is like traveling through the starry seas, like this great sage. He like sleeps in some worlds, then he's awake in other worlds. I don't know. It's very cool. It's very sci-fi. It's been there since launch. It's like honestly,
Yeah.
like I think it's hinting at like Genshin 2 lore. Like if they actually expand on that, like this is what they mean when they're talking in the Notkai live stream discussion about like rushing through things and having like lore readables that like they never go back to. Like Ferris Melancholy is a prime example of something that could be a big lore point later on and
Mhm.
connect to things we already know about, especially with Ike's similarities to Nameless Bard and Venti. So I definitely think the Voyager hits on very similar motifs. I don't know. Like who wrote Ferris Melancholy? How do they know about like
Can we talk about Mr.
anything that they
Nine?
wrote about?
Who's Mr. Nine?
Mr. Nine without Katie.
Yeah. But,
Actually, just a quick question. Do we know if the upcoming quest is going to be like an actual Archon quest or
Yes.
an interlude?
it's an Archon. It's an interlude Archon quest.
Okay, so it's still an interlude, so we still technically don't have a Mond chapter yet. We just have a intro and and some interludes.
Armin Day Act 2 when? At the very end when we're in the Sea of Flowers.
Exactly, at the very end.
It's like we still need the main Mond story then. Question mark.
This isn't a question, but I did think it was a very, very good point to make. On Twitter, someone from the community had stated, with all the lore we learned about in Natlan, I think Sun and Moon should be discussed about again and how there have been parallels and references to the lore that we learned in the past few months. And I think Before Sun and Moon is a very, just like with Vera's Melancholy, just like with, why is it escaping me now? I can't recall it at the moment, but I do firmly believe that you can analyze them again. They're just very lengthy texts, so you would have to go piece by piece. But I do think with new information we have, things can be recontextualized, because a lot of the information that we learned in Enkanomiya has just been further expanded upon today, and we're still getting more about it. So I do think reviewing those ancient texts are really good, because I do think, especially with all the Natlan dragons, I kind of am curious to go back and see what could be a one-to-one, or how things could have changed, something like that. So I found that really curious personally. But yeah. Oh, there's some spicy questions in chat too that I think would become more, that do and would lead to like completely separate topics.
Yeah, I'm just answering some in chat that I feel like we're probably not going to address. There's just so much to talk about. Like you can have like an entire discussion stream about Inazuma itself.
Like you could have one about Inazuma. I'm sure you could have an entire discussion about Tartaglia. We could have one about just the dragons and things of that nature, because the game is just that meaty. So I really appreciate all these questions, because it's really fun to like talk about. It's just a lot. And I feel bad because I don't want anyone to feel that, their question isn't heard, or it's just purposefully ignored. But yeah, I feel, this may sound strange, but I feel like a lot of us have like the same questions that I think we may answer, we'll get answers to in the coming months, but we also can try and form like a rough idea based on what we know so far.
I'm staring at this one question you put in here. Do you think the Durin prophecy will come to fruition at any point?
I was just about to like read that quote, but go ahead, Leah.
Well, listen, I've had like, I literally predicted this at the end of 2.3, so like I've had this prediction for years. So
I'm trying to get out of here. You guys are bringing up Durin and Scar.
I'm sorry, I won't. 'Cause I know you have to. I know, you have your own, things to. I don't want to
Yeah, I
keep
still
you.
have to
Sorry.
take care of some chores, but like 10 out of 10, Scara best boy will help. There you go.
Well,
Oh,
he
are you
can't.
heading out, Owlet?
He'll complain the whole time, and he'll call everyone else a dumb idiot for needing help, but he'll help.
Are you heading out, Owlet?
Maybe in a few. If you guys want to talk about Durin, I can stay for a few more minutes.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
I want priorities.
Okay, let me read the question in full. Do you think the Durin prophecy will come to fruition at any point when we return to Mondstadt with the whole albedo/susbedo situation? Since everything has been tying back to Simbulanka lately, I can't help but think of this dialogue, and if so, do you think Scar will help? And then there's some screenshots. Let me open this because it's a little small. So, B is saying, R's child will one day rise from the dead. That's in reference to Durin.
Mhm.
Paimon says, huh? Is she saying that Dragonspine Durin will come back to life? And Traveler's like, I'm shocked. Albedo says, me.
I'm
Me,
so shocked.
actually. I'm so surprised. Durin's heart has slowly but surely been growing in vitality. The process is extremely slow, but the trend is clear. I wonder why. Interesting. If Durin of Dragonspine will come back to life, this is also Albedo. We will need mini Durin in. Oh my gosh, you cannot read this.
I think it says we will need Mini Durin's help.
As well as
Nah.
yours, given that your fates are now intertwined. He's talking to Wander. So, I mean, so can we just talk about Dragonspine lore that's been the game since since Dragonspine's launch for a hot minute?
They've been building it up for so long. I do feel like definitely the Durin prophecy will come to fruition. Like there was no point in having this entire conversation, I feel like, unless they're gonna build up to that in some way. Like it
BRB.
has to happen.
BRB
Oh, okay.
going to Durin's heart.
So
Oh.
Asagiri from
Actually leaving.
Asagiri, I could just tell you everything I know. Like this is my master's thesis. Like honestly. Asagiri is an NPC from this like random like in the lens photography event. I think I remember the name of it. It's this like unvoiced event.
Through the lens or something.
Yeah, through the lens. And then she like requested
To
like
the
photos
looking
of like
glass. Yeah.
different places. And one of them at like the start was Dragonspine. This was in like patch like 2.x. I don't even remember. But her comments on Dragonspine are that it's like a place you would expect at the end of a story, like in a story's conclusion. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have Durin's lore like in the conclusion. I don't think it's coming in 5.6. So Durin's heart was sealed in Dragonspine Snow by Venti. Dragonspine Snow is created by the divine nail. It's unmelting. That's why Eula was able to make these like snowmen that you can put your teapot that don't melt. It's like literally from the leyline conditions here. But it keeps Durin's heart sealed, right? And his life force sealed. But over time, Durin's life force has been infecting the local ley lines, which is how 2.3's event happened. Because literally, like, Durin's blood is in the local urban soul branch. It's in the frostbearing tree. It made it sentient. It made it angy. And like all these scarlet quartz and things like this that are all over like Dragonspine are caused by Durin's blood, like affecting the ley lines. And so it's just like fine equilibrium, but slowly the balances are turning, and Albedo's been tracking it for a long time. And I mean, we already know that the Traveler can purify Durin's remains from the Chalk Prince event because that's what he did. He was carrying a sword around and testing it for Albedo, and he purified it. And he's also purified Dvalin's tears, which were corrupted by Durin. So, I do think we're gonna get the Durin revival plot. Albedo was talking at the end of 2.3. Like if you talk to him like after the event was over, he was like an NPC there. He was saying how he would like to grow orchards on Dragonspine and like make this place like not so dangerous and lonely for people. He wants to like invite people here and bring life to this mountain.
It used to be a
And-
lush wonderland.
Yeah, exactly.
did.
And make it more
Mhm.
hospitable for people. And I feel like if you melt the snow on Dragonspine, then you're gonna unseal Durin. So, and also there's the whole
Baby
thing
brother.
there's the whole thing with the Salvinda near princess who was painting 4 frescoes, and one of them depicted Durin attacking, and like she was in the middle of painting the last one, which was the mountain thawing, and she died, and she never finished it. Well, who do we know that's an alchemist and can paint? Oh, Albedo. Whoa, wow, that's crazy. So like.
I love how you've given this thesis so many times. You have absolutely no inflection anymore.
It's memorized. So basically,
You just don't even have emotion anymore. You're like, and there was a fresco left that she has to finish. Guess who else can paint? Albedo.
And the princess of Solvendognir died when she tried to paint the fresco. Like, oh, poor sweet child.
all the foreshadowing is there. They just need to freaking put it in the
No, it
game.
is.
No, it
People
absolutely
are
is.
still debating if the Albedo at the end of 2.3 was real or suspedo. Like, you're gonna put that character development off screen and then ignore Albedo's character? No. Anyway.
I do. Oh, go ahead. Continue. My
It'd be amazing.
apologies.
But
The thesis isn't done yet.
it's almost done.
Mhm.
So so the Durin revival thing is definitely going to happen. As for if Scar is going to be there at the time of it, I think it could go both ways. I know they foreshadowed it very directly in Simulanka. However, I do feel like the lore originally was Albedo's to handle and the Travelers, and so I feel like it's a little bit shoehorned. Like I think Skara being there would be great. I think Mini Durin being there would be like a little much. I feel like if anything, Mini Durin and Wander could come in after the first installment of it, because I really want to see Albedo. This is the case where I actually want Albedo to handle it on his own, because he's breaking like a lot of like past.
I don't disagree with
history.
this being a lot like to do with Albedo, but I do disagree with the fact that it only has to do with him, because from the very beginning Wanderer and Albedo have been very clear foils of each other.
No,
And like
I
that
agree.
comparison has been like drawn pretty explicitly. So even though like it may be a bit of a surprise that he's getting involved in this, but like at the same time it's not, because him and Albedo are like mirrors of each other.
I've been saying this since Wanderer's release, that he, like, Scaramouche is foils to Albedo, who's foils to Suspedo, who's foils to Wander. Like,
Yeah, like
they're
even with like
all of the same coin.
Yeah.
And I think Wander being
Yeah.
here would make a lot of sense. I just don't know about Mini Durin. I feel like it would depend on how they write it, because I think that Albedo having help would be great, and it would reinforce that he's not alone. And that's like how he's breaking the cycle, because he does have friends. He's not isolated and stuff like that. But I do feel like I don't want to make it about Mini Durin meeting Durin. If that makes sense. I would want them to be in a supporting role. I want this to be Albedo's journey.
That's fair. I do think that they will be in a supporting role. Like I don't think the stuff in Simulanka was implying that like Wanderer and Mini Durin were going to be the solutions, but like they just need to be there as well. Like they're just going to be a part of it, but not like the crux of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely foreshadowed. I mean, I don't even think you can call it foreshadowing. I have some gripes with
Well, it's not
Simulanka.
foreshadowing when they slap you in the face with it.
Well, exactly. I have some gripes with Simulanka. They literally just tell you what's gonna happen. They're like, we can't foreshadow anything anymore. People aren't paying attention, so they're like,
Yeah.
directly telling you.
They're just like, all right,
Directly
guys.
told us the upcoming plot points.
Foreshadowing doesn't work. All right, remember Durin from one point, whatever. He's gonna be back. To have fun, and bye.
I hope
That's
we
what
get to
happened.
see the old version of Durin before he got corrupted, though. I want to see.
I want to see more dragons. I want to see what Jiren really,
Yeah.
really looks like. Also, on the topic of dragons, I humbly request as a side tangent, I want to see Nivalette's full form. That's just me, though. Anyway, I think I deserve more dragon stuff. Give me more dragon stuff. That's all I want.
I just need to see Durin come to the realization that the Dvalin that he was so in love with and enamored with died because of him, or was corrupted because of him. I want to see his
Aw.
reaction to that. I want that drama. I want that pain.
I know this will lean more into the 5.6 speculation, but that's really for like the end of the stream. But I do, again, on this question, I do firmly believe that there will be the Jiren prophecy revival. Like, that's absolutely going to happen. I mean, it was already in Simulanka that they mentioned it. I do feel Venti, Albedo, Wanderer, obviously Traveler. I can't think of like other characters immediately because they tend to just have a bunch of, like, obviously you could easily have Mondstadt characters in there, but we'll see how it goes. Like, I'm excited for it. I don't think it's going to be anything like very soon, like soon TM, like in the first like
Probably not.
like month or soon. I mean,
sorry. I just thought of something.
because when I think about it, you know, we have the, I don't like, because okay, right now, this leads into 5.6 speculation, where, you know, I can't go into it because it's gonna be 5.6 speculation,
No,
and
I want to go into it. I'm just gonna start talking.
Okay.
So feel free. You go first, Kiri. You go.
I was just mainly saying because the biggest thing with 5.6 is we have ignoring the cute little event in Fontaine, Nicolette gets stabbed, and then now we have Albedo on trial for murder. And the question is, okay, which Albedo? We're going to assume it's, you know, Chief Alchemist Albedo, who actually murdered, or what are they regarding as, like, because he's going on trial for murder. Hexenzerk will be present, or from what I remember, we saw like Alice and Barbalos, like Dodecos. We don't obviously know the exact details of who did the quote-unquote killing, and I believe Albedo was guilty of, like, was it hiding human remains or something to that degree? Was that it? It was some degree of, yeah. So I feel if we're taking into account everything that happened on Dragonspine, I don't immediately want to say that this is Suspedo territory, because I feel like that'd be way too easy and way too simple. We've already dealt with Suspedo before. So I feel like, okay, thank you, it's the illegal disposal of human remains.
Yeah, that's more accurate.
Yeah. So personally,
got Suspedo.
like, okay, even with Suspedo, like, I don't know, I don't have too much to say right now because I didn't really think about like the speculation aspect outside of why Albedo specifically would be for like the illegal disposal of human remains, in addition to the abyss that's encroaching during the same period. So my only thought process is it would have to be in regard to the primordial human project, or at least in the sense of, is Albedo or is Suspedo or is someone attempting to create artificial life, and some materials or ingredients they're you know, have been discovered. But for me, I feel like it can't just be Suspedo killed a thing and that's why Albedo was framed. But I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Also, like, remember that sometimes their trailers for upcoming patches can be really misleading in the way that they patch things together.
Because, like,
so it's like they will, like they straight up will like lie to your face about what is going to happen because they patchwork lines from various quests,
right, and
into
so
like a trailer,
and
then it actually does not happen that way at all.
And then another thing too is, like, one, I think that'd be boring, and two, Albedo is Albedo. If he wanted to kill someone, he could easily get away with it. Like, let's put some respect on his name.
He wouldn't get caught.
He wouldn't get caught.
Ridiculous.
So
someone's framing him, if that's even what is happening.
Okay. I have a lot to say. I analyzed frame by frame the stupid trailer. Like albedo, it's albedo, guys. It's albedo, guys. I'm like,
Mhm, mhm. Wait, who is it? Who's it about?
it's albedo. Okay. Anyway,
Who's that? I don't think I've met him in the Archon quest
well,
before.
no, that's exactly what I'm getting at. That is precisely what I'm getting at. We have not had albedo in an Archon quest yet. There are players that have no freaking idea who this guy is and why he's important. Like, why is this nobody so important
Imagine
to
not
people?
being a day
So,
one player. It's
I
crazy.
actually think that 5.6 is going to be a rehash of 2.3's lore, just so people actually understand it. It's impermanent content because it's the only permanent.
It would be
content
nice if
we
there
have of
was a bit of
albedo.
that, because it's been a while.
Yeah, the only permanent content we have of albedo is in his story quest, which was like almost basically launched, like basically like in the first couple
1.2.
patches, like 1.2
Yeah.
or something like that. So
1.2.
I do think Suspedo can be involved. I don't think he has to be involved, but I do think that there's not going to be any permanent consequences with this Archon quest in this scenario where like albedo is like actually like guilty of something. It's definitely revolving around a misunderstanding that will be cleared up
for
and
sure.
won't remove him from his position in the Knights of Favonius. That would have two disastrous implications to the story, and I don't think they're quite at that point yet. I feel like that is more like we can't have Durin revival if he's in jail. Like we just can't.
What if
That's
we
not gonna happen.
do? And then they have to take him out to hell.
So I mean, you can. Nothing's stopping.
can.
Nothing's
Well,
stopping him from
there-
getting out.
You can.
Guys,
No.
I think people want albedo to be evil so bad when he's walking green flags. His whole point
He's
of his
such a good
character
boy.
is that he's evil coding because that's like how his
He's-
family's been.
He's literally like his
Mhm.
entire because once again, this is another like casual lore stream I want us all to do is just albedo's family tree, but it's like the fact that we look at everything like his entire family tree is very tragic, but it's the fact that when you look at albedo, like he is standing man emoji and he is a green flag, because like the whole if I were to destroy Mondstadt, destroy everything, would you stop me kind of thing is very hypothetical. Like yes, it would
Red
be
herring.
very like it's very
He was just a drama queen.
well
in
it's
that
very
moment.
he's not like actually going to do it. I think people were just like, oh my
Yeah.
god, he's actually going to lose like his mind and all of that. But then when you think about it, if you look at everything, all the flagship events, all of the like little events we've had, albedo has had just like with Shao, has had substantial character growth. And I
Exactly.
think at this point it would be who would be assisting him, like obviously the Traveler number one,
Wait.
on this like quest of discovering what is actually going on.
Can I?
It's
can
like he
I-
gets dropped off in Mond. Sorry, this is really quick. He gets dropped off in Mond and gets told to find the truth of the world. Does absolutely fucking none of that. Finds a family instead, and canonically spends 95% of his time looking out for Klee and cleaning up her messes. Like, man has no time to be evil.
I actually disagree. I think we don't see a lot of stuff on screen, but he's able to be an expert in alchemy because he does do a lot of research.
No. He's obviously like getting stuff done, but it's just like it's stated pretty explicitly somewhere that 95% of his time he's just cleaning up after Klee. So the fact that he can do
Yeah,
what
but
he
he's
does with
efficient.
5% is crazy.
That's true, but he's efficient. But like, okay, so
Mhm.
there's a question chat which relates to what I am trying to get at. Why does he say lose control of what exactly? He's made of like the same materials as Durian, as the Rift Wolves. Like, basically, Reindodir summoned all these souls through the ley lines from outside of Tevat and gave them physical forms within Tevat. And albedo is like no exception. So he looks at Durian, he sees all this corrosive blood that is not compatible with the world. He knows, I don't know, I'm sure he knows that Durian loved the people of Mondstadt. At least it's in the Dragonspine Spear lore. Events, he would
Mhm.
know it for sure, even if albedo doesn't. He knows that Subject 2 wanted to belong, and that's why he was acting out, because he doesn't belong. And albedo, I mean, watching Subject 2 is how albedo realized that he does belong. But like, all these creations of Reindodir don't have a home in Tevat. Like their bodies, their forms are literally like incompatible with the world for whatever reason, and it wasn't until Albedo that Rheindotir finally succeeded in creating like a vessel that just doesn't, it's not automatically rejected by the world. Even if like the soul wants to get along, like for whatever reason, Durin's just attacking things and instead of singing and dancing like he longed for. So I genuinely feel like Albedo is breaking free of all of these things that he's linked to, not only emotionally but biologically. Because like he literally has like corrosive blood like in him. Like it is so possible to lose control in the same way. He's probably scared of these same things. So
I'm still.
that's one point I want to make.
I just wanted to really quickly say I love how in Festering Desire we do talk about, or the topic of indwelling was also a question that was asked, and there's talking of being indwelling in Festering Desire, because Festering Desire, the weapon, and Cinnabar Spindle. On the topic of Albedo, I feel like what we know. Okay, I don't want to get too sidetracked. I think what we read in Cinnabar Spindle is going to be in Non-Cry. I don't know why my brain's just telling me that. But I digress. You were saying, Leah.
It has been a while. I'm getting the description open. I used to talk about this every single time I would mention Albedo.
Unborn.
Separate the
I
dust
fear
and
it
the
has been
flames.
too long since you've talked about Albedo.
Separate the dust and the flames with joy, and extract the exquisite from the crude. For all in the universe comes from a single source, and all things may be derived from a single thought. You must pursue that which your elder brother, the one-horned white horse, could not accomplish. Reach the far side of philosophy and create a new destiny for myself and your brothers. Yeah.
Yep. Indwell my body and descend unto this world has a new meaning after finale of Deep Galleries. Yeah. Shout out Festering Desire havers, R5 havers.
This all links back to the Ancient Colors World Quest as well, because
Yes,
Alan
absolutely.
talked about like his soul was floating around in nothingness, and then Mother Rheindotir summoned him from the void and gave him like a physical body, and he had the same story as Durin. He ended up attacking people, and then he landed like faceplant in the Elenis Mountains, and like his like blood and the explosion inside of him created Melusines. And if you think about it, I think Melusines, they see the world in a very different light from other people. They have a very different perspective on things, and it's almost like creepy and unsettling, but they don't have like bad intentions. And I feel like Albedo is a character that's written in a very similar way.
I agree. I look at Albedo and I'm like, yep, this is the dork who eats spiders. And he's like, I like the Traveler a lot, and I like doing my little things, and also I have a baby sister. I will stop Durin, or I will also help with Durin. That's what I see when I see Albedo. Yes, I see a lore guy. He could easily be... I think a lot of people want that oomph, and so they're expecting Albedo to be the oomph that like loses control or something, and I just don't think that will be for Albedo. We're definitely gonna get some lore though. Like, I don't think it's yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Oh no, it was just basically that. Like, I think people are expecting a lot from like to see some type of very striking shift in him, and I'm like, oh no, he's like a puppy. He's just like Shao. Like,
Yeah,
they're just
Even if we had some like lose control plot, it's not going to happen next patch. Next patch is definitely focused around some kind of misunderstanding, and I do think that it's a rehash of Albedo's lore from 2.3 for new players that have never met him before. So I do think there could be another experiment. It could be subject to, it could be a different one, because there's no way for Albedo to be called guilty by Jean unless they had some evidence against something that looked like Albedo, and that just screams subject to me. Also, I'm pretty sure if we just look at the facts from the trailer, ignoring how they edited it together. So, in a live stream for 5.6, they were showing like screenshots of like the quests, and they have one with Venti using Dodoko to call Alice, and they were like they were talking like very explicitly like, oh, why is Venti contacting Alice? He contacts Varka instead. Well, he's, maybe he's trying to protect Mondstadt from like the Abyss, right? Because like all these other nations, like Liyue, it's not just Nata anymore, but like Liyue and also Inazuma have been struggling with like random Abyss attacks, and like it's like escalating, and like maybe they need to call in like the big guns, like the Hexen Circle, and like maybe it's all connected, and like that's what they were literally saying that in the live stream. And like when you look at the screenshots, like Albedo is like literally there with Venti on the Dodoko phone. Like if he's found guilty for murder and thrown in jail, and he like actually did something wrong, he's not gonna be trying to protect Mondstadt from the abyssal attack. He would have caused it, right? Like that's just not a thing. So and also like they're showing like this chess boss that you have to pass. It's like a challenge set up by the Hexen Circle. If you pass the challenge, then you get the Hexen Circle's help, right? And they showed Albedo there facing against the chess boss, and so
A giant
like
Dodoko.
like Albedo's probably going to be the one contacting the Hexen Circle and there with the Traveler to like get to the truth of everything, while like everyone else is like debating over like the petty details of like the trial. That's a big misunderstanding. Like Albedo is off with Venti and the Traveler, like trying to redeem like Albedo's like reputation and like figure out what the truth of everything is, and also fight against the Abyss. So isn't Venti trying to communicate with Alice? Yeah, but there's a screenshot with Albedo there as he's trying to reach her. And then Albedo's there against the chess boss. That's the challenge set up by the Hexen Circle. So, like, it's kind of clear how, like, the plot of the story is gonna go. Like, we have this misunderstanding. And then Albedo and Venti go on the real mission to figure out how to fight against the Abyss. Because, like, if you look at the Abyssal monsters attacking Mondstadt as well, they have the same corrosion as, like, if you destroy like a Scarlet Quartz on Dragonspine, and you get like that buff where you can destroy like the rhyme.
Yeah, it had the same aura.
Exactly. And you know what else was caused by Durian's blood and corrosion? Subject to survival. So if people have seen Albedo walking around murdering people, it's definitely not Albedo.
They probably deserved it.
Okay, well,
Damn.
I won't I have no comment on that statement, but I will say that if
Damn.
Albedo really was going to do things to him, he absolutely would get away with it. If we're gonna all be 100%, we respect Albedo a lot more. But
yeah. The fact that it is even brought in front of a court is, there has to be like, I don't know, 4 bajillion witnesses or something, because I'm pretty sure that would just be an internal investigation otherwise.
Speaking
Well, it
of...
wasn't an internal investigation, it was a private trial.
Yes, it's a private trial. But also, I think
it's still on trial instead of just like Jean. Like there's still a bunch of people there.
Yeah, there was Jean, Kaya...
Dahlia.
Oh, Dahlia too.
Zarya was like in the back somewhere, I think.
I thought you said Zarya, and I'm like, Zarya from Overwatch? Oh my god, I can't believe Zarya from Overwatch is there. Sucrose was also there.
Yeah, I definitely think there's like the party accusing Albedo, then there's like the Knights of Favonius, there's some church members, because honestly, there's no separation of church and state in Mondstadt, and then Dahlia's like, I don't know, some underground investigator. I don't know what's up with this guy.
Dahlia's so cute. Pulling immediately. What a nice little design, my goodness.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a misunderstanding, and
it absolutely is. It absolutely
probably
is.
Getting subject to lore again.
Excuse me.
Probably.
I want to get more Primordial Human Project and Reindotir lore on stuff, because we have so many things in terms of like recent like lore revelations. I think that would tie to that. I also, before like if we have more we wish to say about Durin, I won't go too deep again into Deep Galleries, but there was a specific mention about like fate. And I desperately want them to give me more stuff with Mona, because I yearn for it. But, you know.
Barbaloth does come up in the next Archon quest. I think Mona could definitely have an involvement. I mean, Mona is probably going to be one of Albedo's #1 defenders. Like, what do you mean you're putting Albedo on trial? You guys idiots?
Yeah, she will say it exactly like that too. She's just like, what? Why would you guys even think that? I thought you guys are smarter than this. Weren't you guys together for like 90% of the game? What? I won't say that much, but you know.
Also, Kaya was, I'm pretty sure, like, if you interpret, like, how they have, like, the court thing laid out, I think Kaya's representing Albedo, so I think Kaya's
Yeah.
also, like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And then Jean,
I'm really
it
looking
sounds like
forward
Jean,
to the Ace Attorney trial.
Yeah, Jean begrudgingly is probably going to say Albedo's guilty because the evidence really does point against him.
Mm-hmm.
And then, meanwhile, like, I'm pretty
They'll
sure...
just take it to appeal.
Yeah. But I think, you know, all the Rhyndaughter lore, we might get more of that, with, like, this Hex and Circle meet, because, like, we're gonna talk to Alice in, like, an Archon quest setting. That is not gonna be pure filler, right?
Yeah, because I also saw that people were speculating that leading up to Nodcry and Nodcry itself was going to be filler, and I just have to strongly disagree because I think there's going to be way too much to afford to have like a filler TM kind of patch, if that makes sense. And I can't find the exact thing that I was looking for, but it more or less was just talking about how fate in Tavad is specifically just, it's not true fate, quote unquote, it's falsified fate. So, yeah, I have to look more into that. But, yeah. Dear
Yeah. I can rap. I mean, well, I can yap forever about Durian Albedo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like...
But I
swear, years later, I memorized everything.
No, the delivery was flawless.
I have nothing else to say about
gosh.
Durian, though. I feel like I already said everything.
same. All of my speculation, a lot of what I would further expand upon, I think you've already covered. So it would just be repeating by that point.
I mean, I'm sorry. I just like this and this and this and this and this. And like, only a couple characters I can do that for. But
But yes, take your screenshots and videos before we end up. This entire region is different.
It's
Smile.
going to be melted. I
Yep.
just don't know when. I don't know
Yep.
if it's gonna happen during Node Cry. It might.
I think
Because this might be one of the loose threads they tie up.
I think
Maybe,
this is giving, like, to me, like Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, where the world will change, and like a lot of like not to the degree of like, oh, we're gonna have text change because she no longer exists, but in the sense of Heart will no longer be here, the mountain will be terraformed to its original form, or it's something different, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, those are just mainly my thoughts with Jiren, because now I'm in dragon mode about the world Korean World Quest, to be honest.
All right. I should get out of here anyway. I'll leave you guys to it.
Bye, Alex.
Bye, Alex.
All right. Bye. Have a good night. Don't stay up too late. Don't go
Good
too crazy.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, Kiryu.
Greetings. Two remain in. Okay, so you've done, well, actually, we've both done
Yes.
the Saurian World Quest.
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot here, and how many dragons have we fought? Oh, are we okay? Because I feel like dragon has an asterisk next to it in Teyvat. Because we have dragons, and then we have like sub-dragons, and then we have serpents, and then we have...
We have dragons, and we have dragons, and we have dragons.
And we have dragons, and we have dragons.
We have dragons in our dragons. Yeah.
Okay. So I will immediately come out and say that I do firmly believe that this world quest in Natlan, this entire... I think it's one of the strongest world quests. Now, if it's one of my favorites, I feel that would be very hard to rank, but I will think about that after everything. So first, before we delve into like the actual meat of the lore, I want to actually go there. Hold on. Assuming, okay. I'm like, do we have access? Yes.
Yeah, we do have access.
I want to say first and foremost, this area is one of my favorites in the game just because of how visually beautiful it is. to me at least. And I think that's largely due in part because I obviously love clear skies. I love how all of the mountains, in quotations, look like stars from the distance. They also look like cracks within the firmament, but I feel like I don't even have to really say that because once you come here, even though this sacred city of Tolan was more or less an escape for the 13 dragon lords and dragons from the heavenly principles within the ancient sacred mountain, I think it's obviously purposeful as to why you see cracks in the quote-unquote sky, even though this place is not traditional in the sense of how we view like Mondstadt or Natlin. Sorry, so I needed to gush about it visually first. Obviously the soundtrack 10 out of 10 because it gives Enkanomiya. This place reminds me a lot of Enkanomiya in regards to how lore it is. So where do I even want to begin? Because the notes I have, no joke, are Kukulkan. Literally everything about him. Little one, the bestest baby boy. But
So true.
so I feel with Kukulkan. Okay, how do I want to approach this?
How do we get back to the place we were? Can we go back there actually?
Do you mean just the regular? Oh, do you mean like the sacred, like the heart?
Yeah. Can we go back there?
I don't think I've gone to the heart
I've heard
since.
that
You
can
probably can
somewhere.
because you can also go back to like you can go back to the primordial sea and stuff like that. I'm trying to remember. Did you just need to? Let me see something real quick. Because if I can't recall exactly where it is, if anyone's able to in chat to direct us, that would be very, very, very lovely. But I'm pretty sure you just go to the lower map and get
I'm
there.
flying into the sky right now. I forget what this does. Where am I going?
Go to the deepest part of the volcano. Oh dear.
I'm up here now. Wow. Okay. The deepest part, I swear, I was...
Oh, this area is so gorgeous. I'm sorry. This is
was
so...
there. Oh, use the layers. Good.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the layers.
Yeah, let's go! Okay, well, I'm gonna get this other waypoint. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go over here! Isn't
Also-
this so Ronova coded? Doesn't this look like an eye over here, by the way?
Yes, it looks like an eye. That's what I said when I did it. It looks like an eye. Also, shout out Hoyoverse for just having us, like, they kept this area and it's not just locked behind the quest because I'd be very sad. But in regards to this area, I love that this world quest, we already knew kind of like as a basis, but how phlogiston, because we knew that the primordial one based the elements authority and all of that because of from the dragon's authority as well as phlogiston, but specifically how phlogiston is just, it was phlogiston stores information, exists as a form of programmable matter, as computronium, and is giving men of Lithin.
It's giving Men of Lithin so much.
Wait, can you actually go in here? Steph
Oh, there
has
goes
left.
Steph.
No! I cannot enter the light. The primordial one forbids me from entering
you
the
can't
light.
enter here. Also,
Nope.
there's like a shining thing here, and I feel like this is like a world quest continuation. I haven't gotten to just yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot enter the light.
No, can I make like a fake waypoint?
The traveler is unable to enter the light. But okay, this world quest was just very, very meaty in the sense of, I appreciate, yes, we get more about the 13 dragon lords, specifically in their is it the Chamber of Deliberation, where they more or less had a trial for Kukulkan, and how they were all being like, okay, we're gonna have to we have to take care of this guy. But all of them provided their own reasons as to, one, how they okay, they either abstained, they voted that yes, he in fact betrayed Dragonkind, or we have no idea what to do. So I feel like my mind's just going in different directions because there was just so much for this quest. Because it's the fact that the Dragon Lords themselves, there were 13 of them, and if I recall correctly, How is like last one. So I feel like
Do you want to pass it to me?
yes, I want to pass it to you because I really have to form my thoughts. I'm like really excited. I've just been waiting for hours to talk about this.
So if I were to talk about my initial thoughts, just like going back to like a more broad topic while Kiryu's collecting their thoughts. I know when we first heard Nuvolet talk about like the land of the dragons and everything when we were leaving Fontaine, we had some really high expectations. At that point, we hadn't really like heard or known anything about Notlin, like not much. They really did not tease too much of it outside of Vanessa's story in the webtoon, and they kept it very secretive. And then, I don't know, we get to Notlin, and the Archon quest was not within my expectations, and it wasn't within a lot of other people's expectations. It doesn't mean it was bad, it was very good, but I think people were expecting something else. And then, you know, you play this world quest chain, and I feel like, especially with this last quest, like finally going to the volcano, they've been building up to it all this time between this one and Ochka Notlin. This was like exactly what I imagined when Nuvolet was talking about the land of the dragons and epic stories with like war and everything. This was peak Notlin content for me. Like this was everything I could have ever wanted. I feel like they introduced like endgame Genshin lore in like such a good way with their storytelling in this world quest, while still like telling like a really solid story. It was very fulfilling from start to end. Even though it dragged over several patches, like I shouldn't even say the word dragged. It was great. The pacing was amazing. Like I thoroughly enjoyed this world quest chain. I think it's one of the best executed ones in the entire game. Is it my favorite? I also don't know. I also don't know yet, but because like I don't want to just say it's my favorite because it could be recency bias, but it is definitely high up there, and I really have to applaud the developers for everything they did with this world quest chain. So that is what I have to say is my review, my overview, how I felt about this. Honestly, just like peak Genshin lore, and like everything I would have wanted from Notlin was here.
I think I also echo a lot of your sentiments before I get too ham-fisted in trying to pick apart all of the actual lore tidbits, because I do think personally, in terms of World Quest, I really appreciated its pace. This is just for me personally. I found the pace to be fine. I really grew accustomed and attached to seeing and being by Little One, and recognizing very early on just how important he is as a character. Because early on, of course, having the Flame Lord's blessing or the Pyro Sovereign's cursed mark essentially was quite a introduction to a story. And then learning how multiple people before you, or I say multiple, but how there have been attempts in the past to cleanse this only to be met with failure, or something or the other would prevent that. And when I think of World Quest, this is absolutely what I think of in a World Quest, and especially this area, this final area being at the actual center, the heart of Primal Fire, the heart of Phlogiston, is something that I think is both poetic and also bittersweet, because once you finally reach that end, the emotional impact feels all the more it just feels all the more real because I
Right.
become I'm very attached to Little One. I know with most world quests, like even with the Golden Slumber with Jet, I still think about Jet a lot because I really enjoyed her story, as tragic as it was. Little One, learning about the idea of him being an instrument in completely reshaping the world in accordance to Kukulkan.
Oh no, finish your thought first, but that's something I want to talk about.
Yes. So, it's like to experience that was. I don't like. I really feel like I'm gonna go on like a glazing kind of tangent because taking the story out, I just really felt like the emotional aspect and how well that they handled Little One. So I'm sorry. Like I think that's where I will end my statement there.
So to pick up from what you were saying, so can we talk about like how Kukulkan established this plan and chose like our Little One and like even like rigged it. He
Yep.
rigged the decision so that
Yep.
he would intentionally forget all those memories and stuff like that. And like he wanted I don't know what he wanted because it seemed like he was happy with the answer in the end. And if you chose the option to destroy everything and basically make Tevat a son, which is crazy that this is a thing that you can do, by the way. Like that's crazy. But like if you choose that option, Kukulkan's like, are you sure? Like, do you really want to do this? Like, this is your decision. I rigged it so you would make this decision, but like, do you really want to do this? And then at the end, you know, it circles back. Like, even if you choose that, it circles back. For some reason, little guy is able to go back in time. It's actually, I don't know if you guys have seen Arcane. Spoilers for Arcane season 2.
I have not seen it.
I'll just say it's very Victor coded from Arcane. It's very Victor Arcane.
Well, and that's the thing too, because during the end of the world quest, when you're presented that option, when you view that beautiful plane of, like, God, the world quest was just gorgeous. When you're traversing with Kukulkan as Little One because the traveler is trapped, I found it because I'm that person in RPGs. I cannot pick the mean option and I want to destroy the world option. I'm not chaotic like that. So I didn't even think to consider picking the first one, even though I know at the end of the day, this is a gacha game and it's only going to give you one option at the end, the one that they want you to pick. You know, the illusion of choice kind of thing. I still was just thinking of Kukulkan devised this entire thing. And when you, as Little One, you know, decides, no, I don't want to destroy the world because of the memories and the love that I've experienced with the traveler, and Paimon really moved me because I'm like, heck yes. But also just because of like, look at this. Look at where we are. And for a little dragon to take the world unto his hands, even though he's like, you know, prophesized to, how do I want to word this? I suppose end his story in a separate way. He didn't. So I don't know. I'm just getting like emotional because I'm thinking about just Little One, but everyone before that, like necessarily not choosing this, like not saying that they were going to get here, but I think of how like the sage, his relationship with his son, and then I think about everything that Shibalanke had to do here, and then I don't know, like I feel like I have like lore overload right now because I just thoroughly enjoyed this quest a lot.
Like, I feel you. I just think it's like really interesting that you even had the option to loop back, and then I was the same way when I was playing through it. I just immediately clicked the shutdown button, and I'm like, I'm not doing this. Like, and then my chat, because I was streaming it, my chat was like, no, you didn't do the funny. So I'm like, okay, and I alt F4'd and I did the funny.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even I didn't even consider it because I'm like, no, I refuse. The world is worth saving. Absolutely not. I'm not going to be doomer. Nope, goodbye.
But it was it was so thrilling to experience in the moment. Like I would never choose that option myself, but like knowing it's a thing and like they actually like executed it super well. Like I don't know, it was so cool. And
Oh,
Kukulkan like is such a good written character.
yep.
Like there's so much depth to him.
There is, and I want to bring up Speed's point, where I think Kukulkan was conflicted himself. He says that Little
Yeah.
One's choice is the same as his and Ochkan, so I feel like he wanted to give the choice to someone else, but also believed it should be a natural choice, even if subconsciously. And yeah, I completely agree. Kukulkan was conflicted, like because like as the truth was unfolding, we had this like, oh, this was all part of your master plan. But even he sounded like he didn't even know if his master plan was actually a masterful plan kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, so you don't even, do you even believe what you're saying? Are you hoping that someone's going against your temporary or your moment of being the antagonist in this case? So
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And once again, the Sage, Kukulkan, etc., fantastic. Also, you need to get this waypoint over here. Fantastic character, because to be honest, I was really interested in learning about him, because obviously the only thing I really knew about him beforehand was just like the thirst about him, but like I really felt like story-wise they did a really good job with this NPC, and I really hope, I just want to see more characters like this in the future. I really do.
I agree. Like that's what I was getting at when I was like talking about like how he like rigged the decision, but in the end he was like happy with what was chosen. Because like I feel like logically like his heart and his mind were not in agreement with each other,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just like he was planning this for so long, and I don't know. I have no words to describe how well his character arc was written. It was just like, man.
It
man.
literally is. It's
like,
so good. It's so good. Like if there's like, oh, if there's a world quest I want people to experience, it's this one. Yes.
Sorry, what Giz is saying, I was also thinking about this earlier. Like,
yeah, yes,
Capitano and Mavlika, like having
Mhm.
that debate, like, and I think I brought this up in another context earlier as well. But like Mavlika not wanting like Natslin's identity and culture and history to be erased just to like save life or whatever. I feel like it's a little bit different in this case, because in this case you're not like saving anything, you're destroying everything.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Like, oh, we're going to return everything to fire and the sun. It's like, okay, but like there's nothing except just the sun. Like, is that what the plan really is? And like when we review multiple lore pieces and quests, I think it's very important to see how much of these parallels quite literally were just like it's Malvika Capitano, like just at odds, and how they're two completely separate points of view, very confident and very like, this is what I believe in and this is what we're going to do, and if we have to fight for it, then
Yeah, I just remembered the context earlier was Nibelung and talking to the Voyager, and Nibelung did not want to just abandon like every bond he made here, every single being that he protects. He was gonna go down fighting for it, no matter what happens. I feel like it's very similar. Another parallel.
I feel just kind of silly because I did so much to prepare, and now that I'm thinking about this world quest, I just as the overview, there's a lot to unpack because there's a lot of information. I feel from going from the 13 sovereign lords and thinking about everything Shibalanke went through, thinking about the sovereigns, or at least in the lords in this case, how they oppressed humans, how they killed all the angels or most of them. Kukulkan as a character, Little One as a character, the Traveler's involvement. I don't know. I feel a bit overwhelmed, honestly, and it like overwhelmed in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, like this world quest chain was like everything we could have hoped for from Nautilin, and I'm really excited at the aspect of Notcry having quests like this voiced because they poured like so much like effort into like writing like some of the best quests ever that are unvoiced, and who knows how many people actually got the joy of experiencing it and like paid attention the whole way. So like what they're saying about like Notcry like getting everyone on the same page and not you know like I'm just excited they're gonna have more things like in the main story. It's what we've been asking for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see more things like this, but voiced with like amazing cutscenes. Like
Like-
imagine if the main story writing was like this.
And that's one of the things too, where if like the world quests that are written with so much love and passion were voiced to this degree, I honestly think much more people would be inclined to the lore because they're like, oh, that world quest was really good. And then if you were to take the world quest writing and put it with the Archon quests, it would be really, really fun, really good. And it's something I want to like see, but I don't want to get my hopes up too much.
I think there are some parallels. Oh my gosh, I'm like forgetting what I was about to say. Oh, oh. Okay, never mind. Hold on.
Oh no, you're fine.
I lost my train of thought.
Very quickly, Bard asked, do you guys think Tavat was a son to begin with? That makes a lot of sense to me. Gosoita could even be Nibelung's. Are you saying Nibelung's a dark son? Or wait, no, I see what you mean. So personally, I don't know if I think Tavat was just. So are you saying Tavat was just like a star, like just a traditional star to begin with, or like an actual physical sun, like just existing as sun? And then perhaps over time, Nibelung like reshaped it to be like habitable for dragonkind, and then whatever else followed? Or
I remember what I was going to say. While we wait for Bard to answer, so I think there's parallels between Kukulkan and the Voyager, like just putting random characters in the world and interacting not as Kukulkan, but as like a different character for this not weird purpose, but for this other purpose. Yeah, interesting to think about, because like the Voyager is also not interacting as herself, right? She's like, in one story she was a boy, like, or like a guy from like humble origins in Conria,
right?
Assumedly in Conria. We don't know where she is now. We assume she's still around, maybe in different vessels. So like, it's interesting to think about how,
Oh my
like,
gosh.
there's parallels between like the random like NPCs that ended up being like Kukulkan imposters versus the Voyager, who's doing something very similar.
I think there's something there to be said, but so Bard states a star, since reverting to phlogiston, is basically making a sun. So in that aspect, I want to say yes. Oh my gosh, that sound actually startled me. Goodness gracious. Albedo doing albedo things. No, but now that I think about it further, that could be, but I would really need to give it serious thought, just because I feel bad giving like half answers. But I truly, I'm not sure, and I will confidently say I'm unsure.
So my thoughts on this debate, I don't think it's that Tivat was like a star in the past, but rather like there is some light element, and we're gonna get more exposition of this with Notcry, but there's like a name card that exists in the game. I don't think I have it, so I can't pull it up, but it's like it's been in here since like basically launch. It's like the 7 colors, like there's 7 colors in our rainbow, like light refracts through a prism, like maybe the elements are like that too, whatever, like, and like that's exactly what the game has been trying to tell us about the Omni element for like the longest time. Like you have this like light element And for whatever reason, we have the 7 elements now, but in reality, there's like a whole lot in between, and it's like this light element was like refracted into these like 7 different elements that are, they like appear rigid, like hard lines, but it's not like the full truth. And so phlogiston is just the combination of all the elements, and that's why like they're calling it like it's like the original elements or something, like, because it is. It's like literally like omni element, like it's part of like the ancient tech that they used before. I'm pretty sure. Wait, hold on. Let me pull up Sumeru lore.
No, you're fine. I'm thinking the sovereigns may not have been created until after the primordial one came, because why would there be 7 dragon sovereigns when the primordial one is the one who divided the phlogiston into 7 parts specifically? So, my comments to that is that I firmly do believe the sovereigns existed before the primordial one. So, because, okay, so from what we know so far, and this isn't to go against your theory, the ones, because first Nibelung was here, controlled everything. Then after his defeat, the primordial one took control of the light realm that just has all of the, all of the colors and hues and everything in the world. But once the primordial one took control of the light realm, specifically created 7 immutable hues, I believe is what it is referred to in the most recent artifact set. And so I think, like, I see where it's like, okay, well, if they were all just kind of like omni element one thing together, why were they all divided? I can't give exact specifics, or I can't give specifics, but I feel like the sovereign still existed just because of the numerous amount of elemental beings and colors and powers that could have existed within the light realm. But I see where you're getting at, though, and I'm not against it entirely. I'm just trying to
Okay, I found it.
Sorry.
No. So in the Lay of Al-Ahmar, like, we have like quotes from like the Ibis King, the Scribe, and like the Crocodile King, etc. They're like referring to Deshret and like his power. So let me read an excerpt. Your Majesty, Lord of Dunes and Oasis, Guide of the living and the dead, Master of all elements. That just basically tells us that Al-Ahmar mastered the light element, which we know is essentially phlogiston. So, like, this is how the world was before, before the primordial one came in, right? And, like, kind of reforms, like, what we know about the world building and everything. Because I'm pretty sure Deshret was offered, like, to be the Dendro Archon, and actually passed it off to Rukkhadevata.
Yes, I believe it's in the Flowers of Paradise Lost set, where he was offered a gift from Celestia to him.
But he was, like, here with the 3 God Kings during the Archon War. Like, they were very peaceful, actually. I mean, not super peaceful, but more peaceful than, like, other regions that were, like, upended in, like, total war. Like, they were protecting their people together. So and he was controlling the light element back then. He was Son of the Sky. Interesting.
So I'm going to read this passage again because I actually want to expand a bit on Bard's statement, because it's actually making me think a little bit. But when the Voyager returned once more, the world she remembered had been utterly changed. The bones of the earth had been bound beneath 4-fold shackles, the 4 shades, and the soft white radiance, the light realm, of the sky had been split into 7 immutable hues. Like drifting smoke had the Lord of Dragons vanished, and the Winged One's throne now ruled the radiance of the 3 moons, the Moon Sisters. So here, when I read the bones of the earth had been bound, aka Nibelung had been defeated by the 4 shades and this primordial one, and the light realm was split into the 7 hues, it makes me wonder. It does make me wonder in the sense of, okay, well, if it was just Nibelung before, then because of the primordial one like changing, it created sovereigns from that realm. But I feel like that wouldn't that wouldn't make well, I don't say wouldn't make sense because that's not what I want to say.
Yeah, we're overcooking a bit, I think. Because,
Like, I think it's just
a lot of this can be linked back to Sumeru lore again, because like we know when Pep was around, it was like literally a Deshret.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, if I were to really try to dig deep, that would be a thing. But I strongly just feel like they were just here. They've always existed here, and that's just those are just the 7 colors that they took on.
So I'm gonna open another thing because I am remembering some. There's so much lore that's hidden in the geography tab, by the way.
Yep.
Like if you read these descriptions of like locations, you learn so much. So where is the one for where we meet up? Was it the Lost Hermitage?
I believe
It is said that a friend of King Deshret once built their court in a great cavern beneath the dunes. Waynute served here as court officials and flying serpents as companions, but today both creatures have lost their noble wit and vigor. So like there's like little like descriptors like this like in a lot of like really hard to find like places like geography tabs and like honestly like tutorial manuals and like enemy descriptions and like domain descriptions and stuff like this that talk about like a world in the past where Deshret was friends with a Pep and like basically like the Waynutes were kind of like allies, like they worked underneath the Pep and everything, like there was cohesion in the desert. And I do think that like when the primordial one came and the Arkham War started, like the seven elements were like created like as like divine thrones from light. Like that was probably the moment where light was refracted through the prism, so to speak. And we had these distinctions, and then you have like an animal archon, you know, this archon, blah 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 blah. Because before the Arkham War, it seemed like people were just using whatever innate powers they had. Like, look at Havria. What element did she even have? She's just Salt God. Like, that's not anything. So.
I think that the 7 elements are the simplest forms phlogiston can take, and since dragons are phlogiston-based life forms, they're born as one of these, though maybe really pure ones are more phlogiston than one of the elements. That's very possible. Because dragons... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, phlogiston... I think I need a moment to cook. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't think that, like, I wouldn't word it quite that way. Like, the 7 elements are being, like, the simplest forms phlogiston can take, because it's more like, if you are shining white light through a prism, and it refracts into 7 colors, you're basically splitting the light, and, like, oh my gosh, my physics knowledge is lacking. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but, like...
Science happens.
It's
you can say science happens. You're not incorrect.
Science happens. I'm a chemist, not a physicist, okay? But yeah, like I would consider it more like each of the 7 elements is a fragment of the original power. That is the light element, and I think it's very interesting that the Traveler can control the light element and has to like go through the 7 nations to like regain their full power.
I love that this, like, I love going into the light takes on the form of an actual star. Like, it's just a diamond. Yeah, I get what you mean. Oh. So I'm currently still, like, really writing about everything that we learn with this, and it's so much. It's literally so much.
I still think it's like a separate distinction because like I feel like a simple form of phlogiston would just be phlogiston. Like it's a fraction of phlogiston. It's not even like a building block of phlogiston. It's a fraction of it. Like they basically split it into like 7 when it's not originally meant to be 7. It's meant to be like the entire electromagnetic spectrum. That's like my point.
I'm still not over and will firmly believe like the Traveler's Ascension stone just being phlogiston is so funny to me.
I mean, we've known for quite a while, and I think it's interesting that TCG cards for Paimon give you Omni elements. What does that say about Paimon?
I mean, I feel Paimon is her own entire discussion live stream.
Oh, speaking of this world quest, what did Kukulkan call Paimon? What?
Oh,
what
that's
did he
right.
call
Hold on.
The emissary. Like,
Yeah,
hello.
when he specifically said emissary, I said, "Oh, Paimon, you're never beating the allegations, ever." Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I screamed. I screamed.
I took a
It's like,
screenshot of it. Hold on, where is it?
if anyone knows what Paimon is, it's Kukulkan, right? Right?
He's such a silly little guy. Actually, I think I recorded it. The way it's the way that I have so many screenshots of Hoyoverse, Genshin Impact, World Quest, and Baldur's Gate 3. So give me a moment, but I'm pretty sure when he called her an emissary, I audibly gasped. That much I remember.
I'm also curious if the fact that the red-orange lines in the sky in this are looking really similar to white lines in that kingdom is important or not. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure the lines here. So, like, if you come back a little bit, it looks like an eye. This is probably Shukoto's eye. And if you, like, follow the traces, it's like this is the eyelashes. This is, like, the line of the eye. This is the iris. This is... I'm not sure if Speeds is on my stream, actually, but I'm pointing with Venti's bow. And
So
then there's like the highlight in the center, the pupil, and then there's like the crease, the eyelid crease. So that's what this place is, at least.
So yes, he specifically said, like, as little one is speaking to him and he's talking about, you know, his fun little doomsday device, he says perhaps he and that little emissary by his side will live, perhaps they will not. And it's funny because emissaries are only like the only time you ever hear like emissary is specifically regards to like heavenly envoys.
Yeah, why would the traveler live and Paimon doesn't? That means Paimon is weak.
Let's see. I definitely think Paimon is a fragment of something, but that's an entire other conversation. And I shall never die, Smay. No, I can't.
I mean, everything comes back to Cinnabar Spindle, since we mentioned that earlier. Like everything in the world was born from one thought, so everything in the world is a fragment of something, right? Now look at Venti, my wind fragment, Easteroth's child.
It's okay. In version 7.3, we'll see a beautiful magical girl transformation, and then we'll see Isteroth.
Actually, though, like I'm holding my breath.
Yep. All of the gotcha money will go explicitly into that animation cutscene.
Honestly, probably true. If there's a time for them to deliver like the highest quality anything, it's going to be at the end of the game when they're no longer like trying to sell like a banner and they can just like actually go through the story and deliver on it.
I'm curious if anyone else has any like lingering questions about the world quest specifically, or any comments, just because I feel like we can go in so many different directions with this.
Yeah, we can. We definitely can. I mean, I don't know, some things, I don't know, like, I feel like I'm satisfied saying that the world quest was great and gave us a lot of information.
Yeah, it did. Like, no joke, I recorded like so much of it and I took so many screenshots, and I just will review them because it's a lot of information overload. And that's one thing about Genshin Impact that I love, and I also like suffer from, because there's just, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those 8. Okay, yeah, there are 8. Sorry, I was just looking at the little orbs in the sky. Smile. There's so much that it's so easy to get overwhelmed. And I have come to the conclusion that it is completely okay for me to just say I don't know, but it was great. But This might be a lot, but do you guys think that you could... Oh, goodness. There's so many things that happen at once. Do you guys think you would be able to summarize an Atlan timeline? Not immediately, because I need to review, like, information again.
I would also want to review. I feel like, you know, they wrote the world quest in a way where you kind of have to, like, dig and align everything, and I haven't done that as I might have with previous regions, even if I've been, like, playing everything and paying attention. I do forget things very easily.
Like, I think a Genshin Impact timeline live stream would be really fun, but it would be very chaotic because everything is purposely left vague. Very vague a lot of the time, so you have to do your best to gather things to the best of your knowledge from what we know.
Yeah, I agree. There's another question in chat. What do you think of majority of players feeling that all the technology in Nautilus is very jarring and not Genshin?
I don't understand. I don't understand why they are surprised by that.
When we first got Mavlika's bike, I went on twitter.com and I was like, hey, why are people upset about this bike? Like, we've had ancient technology forever in this game. Like, this is not new. Like, look at freaking look at Kinich and Aha. Like, this is not new. And people did not like that, and then I stopped talking about nonsense for a while on Twitter.
Like, I agree. I honestly don't even think it's a majority. I think a few people, I don't want to say a few, I think there might be some, like, an amount that view it as jarring, but I personally don't, like, I personally genuinely don't understand why that would be so strange when we've had Conrian's technology, we have Fontaine, we have Sumeru, which was just like Computer City, and we have like in Fontaine. So like for me, I don't really think it was too strange that we have advanced ancient technology from thousands upon thousands of years ago. Like I personally find, like I can understand why some may be like, oh, I wasn't expecting this form of technology, but I feel like there are layers to why one may not expect that. So
I think that it could have actually been a larger player base than we expect, because keep in mind that we like to keep to our circles where people agree with each other, and there is, like, it's not just Twitter. I think like Nautilus had mixed reception. A lot of the player base stopped playing with Nautilus. I think this is not a controversial thing to say. Like, the numbers for Genshin's player base was definitely dropping, and it's for several reasons, I'm sure, but like I think like a lot of, like, one major thing it boils down to is the mismatch in expectations and understanding between the players, especially on the casual side, and the developers who are creating the story, because they talked about this in the Nordcry live stream, the dev stream. This is not only geared towards Western audience. In fact, Genshin's main market will always be China. I was talking about this when watching the Nordcry live stream as well. So a lot of their feedback they're hearing is probably from Chinese netizens, and we should keep that in mind. But like there is a mismatch in there's a knowledge gap, and they were talking about like they specifically brought this up too in that live stream, how like a lot of players were surprised at seeing like modern technology with Mavlika's like motorcycle, and like obviously there is some gap between how the creators are presenting like all of this and what the players were expecting from Genshin, and that's part of why they feel that they need to like align everyone's expectations and knowledge and close those gaps in Nordcry, and I think they're going to do a good job at it. But like I think we should keep in mind that it's probably more people than we expect that think this way, because it was feedback that was so loud for them that they made a whole dev stream talking about it and addressing it. They even brought this specific point up. So I think we shouldn't be mad at casual players. We shouldn't be making fun of them. I would not call anyone that thinks this way a fake fan. I think that the devs have realized that they have issues with their writing style, that maybe for more veteran players that do take the time to go through everything and play the world quest, read everything, they can be up to date and understand what the game's getting at. But for casual players that are split with their time and attention and maybe fell off the game a little bit, like they're not gonna have the same knowledge, and I think that's totally understandable because none of it is in the main quest. This has been a major criticism from the very start, and like like not to go on like a tangent here, but I do think that we should not gatekeep. We should be nice to people, even if they don't understand things. And if they're being rude, then just don't engage. Like honestly.
So,
Um,
oh, go ahead. My apologies.
no, I was just gonna say like
I was.
I definitely think that it like uh it's an ongoing issue that the devs are aware of, that it's partially cost on their side, that like the players are just not aligned. Yeah, that's it.
So for me, I will say that as a Genshin lore enthusiast in general, very slow content creator when it comes to making lore, it can be very overwhelming having a lot of information at once. And when you take breaks, it will take some time to recover and try to get everything squared away and making sure that to the best of your ability you understand what's going on. I don't personally, I don't think that it's fair to call people like fake fans or that they're not actually truly caring about the story when everyone has their own lives and it's difficult to always keep up with everything. And I will more or less say that I wasn't personally surprised about seeing advanced technology anywhere in the game because it's just existed for forever, but also because for the most part I've been keeping up with the game. I know what to expect, or if things are different, then things are different. And I think when there are people who are interested in a story and they love a game and they want to have access to it or play it, it also comes down to who is willing to be patient with them as they try to discover things. Because if people are like hostile or gatekeepy or belligerent towards things, then it makes the person who was previously curious just more defensive. And then within this realm, there's also a lot of misinformation. You have discourses, you'll have people who spread things and people who engage in conversations in bad faith that also further makes things complicated, when we all just want to enjoy the funny little gacha game with the really good lore when it comes down to it. And so it's really difficult at times to properly gauge like lore intake. And I think for the most part, people in the community want to be able to talk to others about it in a very healthy and just fun way because it's a fun story. But when if someone takes a break again and they're just not familiar with what's going on again, yeah, they'll probably naturally have like a reaction because they just weren't expecting it or surprised. But I think it's also important to like explain properly and in a non-gatekeepy way. I'm not saying that's anyone here, but I feel like that has unfortunately affected some understandings when it comes to Genshin lore. Because I always point out, if you link any person the Genshin Impact timeline just from the wiki, you know how much information is in there? It's a lot. And even people like myself who have been with the game since the beginning, there's just so much. There is so much with every single region, and it's very difficult to try and remember everything. I used to remember like certain lore about Zhongli Liu. I used to know off the back of my hand, and I just don't anymore. And it's just because life. But it's fun to revisit, and I think that it's important to have like healthy conversations with people if they don't know. Now, it's one thing, again, if they're rude and they want to be closed off and all of that, just do not engage because it's not worth it. You'll just make yourself upset, because we just want to have a fun lore discussion. And I want everyone to be able to have fun and be in a safe place to talk about things, as opposed to try and have a conversation but someone's unwilling. So so sorry, that's just my thoughts. I just don't want the lore to be gatekept, and I want people to be okay and learn in a safe place.
The theme of social media these days, like people are just more and more divisive, more and more like volatile, rude to each other, like on their last nerves. And it's like, this is video game lore, like just chill out. I don't care if you know everything about the game and you're impatient with people that don't. I don't care if you know nothing about the game and you're like trying to criticize something you don't really understand. I don't care. I don't care what perspective you're coming from. I'm gonna be very firm in saying that I don't want to see people being rude to each other. If it gets to the point where you feel like you have to be rude to someone over your opinions, just take a step back, do something else, do literally anything else with your time. Because
Yep.
I am venti in this case. I am sick of y'all fighting. Stop
Yep.
it.
I
Kill it. Stop it.
well, and
Please.
that's the thing too. Like I get very uncomfortable when it's like really heavy, like people get like really rude in your face and aggressive about like guys at the end of the day, this is video game lore we're talking about. We're talking about a video game. Let's just calm down. And like you said, just to, be okay, like just take a step back and not engage because like especially so when you have like so much going on, it's a lot. So, but
Yeah, or like if you're going to engage, don't like make fun of like even if they're coming at you from a critical perspective or like you see some like bad take on the timeline, don't make fun of them. Like they probably don't know anything. Like they're probably being critical because like they have a shallow understanding and like to be honest, more people are going to have a shallow understanding of the game's lore than not. There are not many people that are this diehard about a game for 5 years. I'm sorry. Like, people have lives, people play other games, people have other hobbies. Just chill. All of you. I don't know.
Also,
I'm not singling anyone out here. I'm just
oh
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
this is conversation. There was a question I want to look at. Oh my gosh, game. Okay, that I found really interesting. Where is it? There you go. By the way, okay, so it was Speed. I feel like I'm mispronouncing your name, and I'm so sorry if I am. On the theme of the world quest, how about lunar reconstruction being mentioned? Does this imply that dragons tried to remake the moon after they quote unquote died, or did they create 2 additional moons and originally there was one, or what? That just seemed very interesting considering they also told their secret source technology. So for me, I definitely think lunar reconstruction. I think about. I would not be surprised if the Fatui are trying something because some way, somehow, they'll have some form of information regarding. I mean, they already know the truth behind Irminsul, so it would not surprise me if they also know stuff about the dragons. How? Question mark. Maybe the Tsaritsa. Who knows? I mean, I'm also. This is kind of a tangent. Maybe the Tsaritsa is an angel who knows about other stuff that happened. I don't know, but like, I strongly feel that the lunar reconstruction could be that the dragons attempted to reconstruct them and then that leftover like maybe information or tidbits somewhere was found either by Conria or the Abyss or something otherwise was discovered and maybe that form like that is going to be the next or one of the next big projects. But I'm not sure. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Fatui are doing their own thing right now about it.
I think the lunar reconstruction is definitely related to that Fatui art that we got for the Fatui faction. You have like this moon-looking reconstructed thing in the background, like, and also they tease like with the Welkin Moon event, like those fragments in Northland Sky that were revealed by Mavlika. They showed them being whole again. So obviously this is some Fatui plot. They're taking the fragments of the moon, and they're trying to recreate the moon tech, whatever. And also, there's a theory floating around that the moons were creations of the dragons. Like, they're literally dragon tech. So...
Ancient moon remnants.
Yeah. Yeah, so... Interesting. Very Men of Lithin again.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna read a comment from chat, but if you have something else too.
Oh, no, I didn't have a comment.
Okay, Tivon 1095 says, I would say that Natslan's story is the one that relies very heavily on obscure lore, like the conversation about the expectation of the tribes being in conflict with each other is talked about, and the talking stick weapon and how Enoch had to be the one to persuade the tribes to work together for Mavlika's plan. This relates to that information gap the devs were talking about in the dev stream, so I'm very interested to see how they will address the presentation of essential lore to the story. Well, I mean, in the dev stream, they were showing, like old books and world quests and like all these murals and stuff that they teased and then just like brushed past, and they were admitting how they rushed through a lot of things because they never really got around to the point. So I feel like this kind of lore that we've had trickle to us, it's finally time for it to be front and center, and that's my thoughts. Like they've been building this up for a reason, and now it's time to flesh that reason out, and they don't want to rush through it. They want to give it the attention and care it deserves and make it enjoyable. And I think that it's just a net good change. So
I went to the party. I agree with you, but also I went to the party screen. This is quite literally my lore team of just Albedo, Venti, Mona, and the Traveler in my game file that I used to explore.
Look, it is our lore team. Look at this.
It's just the lore team. But no, yeah, like I'm very excited. Even though they're really teasing small bits, I feel like they have to, because if they just drop everything randomly, then it'd be like, oh, well, there we go. But I thoroughly look forward to the story of the future, because I genuinely love Genshin Impact story. I do. I love it with my whole heart. There are many things, excuse me, that I wish could be presented a bit better, but I have honestly never stayed as long with a game in terms of lore, like in this regard, than I think with Genshin Impact. Like, I'm not gonna count like FromSoft games, because FromSoft games are like kind of one and done. Even though like they do live in my brain rent free. Like Elden Ring lore is very still much here. But like with Genshin Impact, it's just something that is so important to me, because I love experiencing it. Like, I don't know. I just I gush about this game a lot because I really do love the story, and I love talking about it with everyone, even if I don't have the answers to everything all the time, which I honestly encourage, because we're not walking encyclopedias. We don't know absolutely everything, but hey, we'll give you information about a very niche topic we know about Genshin. Yep.
Venti, yeah.
So it's something I really enjoy. So yeah. Also, I'm not sure if the moon event or the web event will update in like a minute or so, or if it's like in a next, because I know it ends on the 10th. So I don't know if it will actually update tonight or not, but you know, it'd be funny if it did. If not, then. But like, again, I love Hexenzirkel. I love Mona. When I tell you I have to revisit everything when it comes to Zhongli, because he was one of the catalysts for me in this game, and he is so suspicious. I don't care what Hoyoverse. They can be like, he's a silly little, you know, funeral consultant. No, he isn't. No, he isn't. Nope. Oh, he was a Geo Archon? Oh, that's cute. Okay, we can talk about more of what he is, actually, though. We can talk about
it's only
that.
a matter of time,
It's only,
right?
like, I'm sorry. You cannot fool me. Nope. Also, for me, Hoyoverse, you're not listening. I need Zhongli and Novelette in a room together. Give that to me, please. Just for me.
We're gonna have Kini, Chifa, Nuvolette, and Riceley in a room together soon. It's gonna be pretty interesting. By the way, someone was asking in chat earlier about Nuvolette getting stabbed. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be like a funny joke from the cute Fontaine event, because Nuvolette is not in one set.
Also, the fact that who, how, when, where, and why? How would you stab Novelette? Like, he's just look at him. Like, I'm sorry, that's like the most disrespectful. Like, wow, Novelette was stabbed. Like, do you mean he like? I don't even know how to finish that statement, because it's just kind of strange to me to consider. It's like if they were to advertise like someone stabbed the Raiden Shogun. Like, oh yeah, sure, I'm sure they did. I'm sure that happened. No update on Moon event for now. Okay. Yeah, it's just one of those things where obviously the special programs are cut and voice lines are taken out of context, and we'll see certain things. But again, Escoffier is going to stab Novelette because of his water taste. Okay, I support Novelette and his water taste, because all water tastes different. If you do not taste the difference in water, then I don't know what to tell you.
True. Also, Novelette's water tasting is actually some really important lore, because water carries like memories and emotions and stuff like that. Let's just talk about that for a second. Like, Like he's literally tasting like the souls of the dead in this water. Like, this soul tastes
Oh my
exquisite
god.
to Mondstadt.
I love him. I literally love him. I love my blood-bending life god Neuvillette. He's so cool. Where
I love his coiffure and her. What are you, an idiot sandwich nonsense she has going on? She's like Gordon Ramsay was reincarnated as a cute anime girl. I'm actually really excited for her. Not holding though,
Archon
but
triumphed
excited.
over the abyss by leveraging rules and legacy. A truly
I think the Fontaine
commendable
event's
feat.
gonna be really cute.
Yet
Also, we're getting
holding
Remurio
authority
lore
seized
next
from the
patch. I'm pretty
dragons
sure it's gonna be in his
remains
coiffeur's
unpardonable sin. I recognize,
like,
however, that Natlan has
story
experienced great
quest?
suffering, so I am in no
Well,
hurry to
it's
act.
interesting.
You claim that historical records describe the battle against Shibelunke as a
I am
formal
so
duel,
sorry.
and the victim's
Neuvillette.
family was treated fairly. Complicated indeed. But a
What
worthwhile
about Neuvillette?
consideration nonetheless.
Sorry, Ray Chase just... I was listening to Neuvillette talking about Mavuika. Sorry. But, what are we talking about? I just got distracted. So sorry. I just got completely distracted by Neuvillette. I am so sorry. Oh, and Zhongli. Oh my god, you're actually Well, he said settle down. Okay, I'll go over here. I'll sit next to the primal fire. Wait, if Neuvillette's here, wouldn't he, like, evaporate?
Wait, can we talk about Neuvillette meeting Aha? We're missing something very important here. Can we talk about Neuvillette meeting Aha next batch? Please.
Yes, we can. We
please,
can. I wanna
please, that's
wanna
so
learn
funny.
about how the Hydro Dragon Sovereign's gonna meet one of the 13 Sovereign Lords. I think that's gonna be fun.
And like, he's like a little baby. Like both of them are just little babies. Like Aha's like glorified, but he still like presents himself as a dragon lord. And then this Neuvillette guy's just like a little baby dragon, little guy. Oh my god.
Neuvillette really is... I remember calling him baby, and someone's like, he's a grown dragon. I'm like, not really. He's kind of just... he's there. He spawned from the
Right.
ether, and he got his powers back, but he's still baby.
This Neuvillette's so pretty. Why is Neuvillette like one of the best characters this game? Oh my god.
I'm so sad because I really wanted to see Neuvillette and Natlan. I really did. I really did. I wanted him in like... This looks so goofy. This looks so... your water doesn't reach. Your water does not reach, actually, and it won't. Let me see. All right, thank you for stopping by. Have a good one, Speed.
Have a good one, Speeds. Thanks for stopping by.
I sometimes add orange to my water. Okay, wait, hold on. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot.
May, watch it be revealed that Aha's a fraud? You didn't do the world quest, did you? Aha's confirmed to be a dragon lord.
Yeah, like quite literally, Aha is absolutely, like, he's a true gamer, actually, though. He's a true gamer. We can't even joke about that. He is just a gamer. Now I will say we're going from heavy dragon information, which is a part of, well, like, foundation of Tevat mythos, and we're going into Nodcry, which is a lot of moon stuff, which is Tevat mythos. So again, I'm very excited to see what happens.
I'm very excited too, and like they kind of seem to have Nodcry being like this like blank space that has like some mythological influences, but it's mostly going to be driven by like who is currently there. So I'm excited. It's people driven region. I'm hyped.
I am too. Now all we need is a moon dragon. Oh, I firmly believe we're gonna have a moon dragon. We already will probably have a moon rabbit. We'll have a moon cat. Or we have a moon cat, and then, you know, all the moons. I want a playable angel. Probably be Columbina, maybe. Oh, the Tsaritsa, since Archons are playable. But I am taking that the Tsaritsa and the Columbina are angels to the grave. I firmly believe. somehow, some way.
What do you think this guy would have to say about this place?
But anyway, I am really excited about ancient Tavat lore. I think it's so fantastic.
Where'd you go? Kiri, what do you think Alhaitham would have to say about this place?
If I'm not joking, nothing, because I feel like he would not really care. Like, I feel like he would.
You don't think you would care?
Okay, I think he would be interested and then be like, that's neat, and then just go on to something else that he would be like he would research. It should it choose his fancy. Alhaitham in some like him. Okay, I think between like him and Albedo in terms of characters who are, if they're interested in something, Albedo I think is much more. How do I want to phrase this? Like, I will research this. I have now discovered the truth of this. I am now done. I feel like that's really Albedo. Alhaitham, I don't know. I feel like if it doesn't affect his job or Sumeru, he'd just kind of be like shrugs.
I feel like Alhaitham actually likes understanding things. Like,
well,
he's
yeah, I think he would.
Reluctant to admit it, but he's like a sage.
No, like he is
for a reason, right?
he is a sage at his core. I firmly believe he'd be interested in it, but then he'd be over it. But that's
he
just
probably
me.
would be over it.
That's what I mean. Like, he'd be over it. Like, he'd absolutely take the opportunity to learn about it, and then he'd be done. Like, he'd be like, "Oh, okay, this is ancient Chavat. Okay, I'm gonna learn about it. All right, that's enough."
I feel like you would like explore it just enough until you completely understood it, and then give out.
Yeah, I think if anyone would be like the most actually, I would want Zhongli to be here. But where is Zhongli?
You know, if Wander really wants to raise himself from the Irminsul, this is one way to do it.
Also, on the topic of Irminsul, can we talk about how we have not talked about that tree since Sumeru? Really?
Have we not? I feel like everything
in
with
a
Noslin was very, very related to the Irminsul.
Okay, it's about ley lines. I will give that. But if I think about Irminsul, and I still feel like there's more to be talked about there, because even though the main subject of that is what happens should one be erased from Irminsul, we just kind of left it there. And I don't know.
I mean, I think we're gonna get it with Totori's tree burning.
But yeah, and I think it's also fair that they don't have it back as much as we do, because Irminsul, in a sense, can be a very, like, you know, the MacGuffin in a lot of cases, but they're saving it because, I mean, Irminsul is incredibly powerful. When you have this contains all of the memories of everything of this world, and it can be affected, or it will change in accordance to things, you know, stuff happens. Oh, one thing that I do want to talk about. Okay. Do we suspect that Nibelung is the third descender? Yes or no? Do we think the Voyager is the second descender? Do we have these roles reversed? Because I think it's easy to paint like the idea of King Nibelung being the third descender just because of like the idea of him using his bones to protect Tavat and the remains of the third descender are what make the Gnosis. Gnosis are heavily aligned to the elemental authority of dragons, etc., etc.
Question.
Yes.
Do we have confirmation about the first descender? Like, has it been explicitly stated, or are we
No.
just assuming the order? Okay, I
We
think
just
the first
assume it's the
descender
order.
is the Voyager.
Okay.
Because that came with Nibelung. I mean, it's... Nibelung could be the first descender, actually. And then the Voyager's the second. And then the third would be Heavenly Principles.
Because
Primordial one.
it makes me, ever since this artifact set of Deep Galleries, it makes me question the line of descenders. I think from the outside looking in, if like very briefly one could say like, oh, you have the first one would be the Primordial one, second Voyager, third Nibelung, fourth Traveler. However, the timeline doesn't necessarily would agree to that, because Nibelung was birthed alongside Tavat, And inherently, if King Nibelung was alongside Tavad, that wouldn't necessarily make him a descender. But at one point, he was corrupted with forbidden knowledge and all of that. The Voyager obviously could be a descender because they are quite literally from beyond the
They're
stars.
Well,
But
so-
even though Outlanders are not inherently descenders, and descenders can have an array of meanings, especially like with Renee stating that descenders have the will to rival that of the
Divination.
of the world. So
so we learned from the Narcissan Court's quest that Descender is only like a title applicable to anyone who is capable of
There's no need to exchange
like
pleasantries.
breaking past or like basically ignoring Tevat's laws, because Tevat's laws govern everyone, but they don't obviously govern the Traveler, and I would assume they don't govern the Voyager. I would assume that the Voyager is also someone who is not subject to Tevat's laws, but they have to play a character that is, because like technically their power is like their reason to be here is very similar to the Travelers, right? So
right.
it doesn't mean that like Nibelung could be a descender because he used power from outside. I don't know, like I think he's capable of being a descender. He was
Astrologers
the
must rid
sovereign
themselves
king
of
of like
material
after all. Like
Of course, yeah.
Only
it
by
doesn't mean that
ridding
he's
oneself of clutter can one
from
see the
outside of
true
Tevat,
world
just
around
that like he might have the ability to like transcend whatever. Also, Scaramouche's head and hat fits like exactly in the star.
You know what?
There's no such
On the
thing as
topic of
even
descenders.
the wind cannot go on forever.
Yeah, I mean, but no, that makes sense, because if we were to take things literally, King Nibelung, at this point in time, one of the oldest, if not oldest, beings who birthed alongside Tavat and was there. The Voyager is interesting because they in fact came from beyond the stars, but then that one, like, who was the second who came?
Wait, isn't Alice a descender?
Yes. I'm gonna say
Isn't
yes with a
Alice-
question mark.
Like she's not really subject to Tevat's laws because she literally governs the borders. Like,
Yeah, she
Right.
guards
There's no
Tavat's
need to
borders,
exchange
correct?
but also
pleasantries.
Sertologi.
It's rather pathetic to
Is
force
He-
he have a pet from outside the
He-
borders? I'm so
I'm-
confused.
So I think like Descenders really is going to have a list of people, TM, because I'm so sorry you cannot convince me that Sertologi is not a Descender in that regard, because he's doing too much. He's quite literally doing too much. Now, I suppose one could argue then, like, well, is Skirk a Descender? No, because I say no question mark, because I mean, to our knowledge, she just lives in the abyss. I mean, does she also have the will or the will to rival that of a star? I think it also depends on the actual definition of descender in different contexts, because the only one we know for certain is the Traveler, and then the third one who's deceased.
Oh wait, yeah, Lesser Lord Kusanali presumed that the Heavenly Principles is the first descender.
Mhm.
Traveler is known as the fourth descender. And Kukulkan explicitly said, yeah, the wiki has some pretty good sources on this.
Yeah.
So, Misfit,
It's
this
very-
is what I was talking about earlier, but like descender as like a label in Genshin is not for someone outside of Tevat. It's specifically for someone who's capable of
If you're
like
special,
transcending the laws. Yeah. And the Narcissan Kreutz quest went over the term descender.
yep.
So
Oh, that World Quest series is so good. Sorry.
it was very good. It's probably my favorite. Like honestly, I would rate it above Notland's even now.
But yeah,
Caterpillar, my beloved.
because I think that's also an interesting conversation to have as to, okay, what constitutes a descender in everything, and how would we further gauge that? Because if it's
You think
like,
I've
because
got a
for the
shot?
longest time, from my understanding, was a mix of both. You had to be from outside of Tavat, and then you also had to have the will to go beyond, to go even further beyond TM. but I also have to revisit Descender lore because it's been a while.
I
So
I think the reason why it doesn't have to be both is because like historically, like it's never been like someone from Teyvat is subject to Teyvat's laws and is like not like hasn't been capable of transcending them ever. Like people have not broken past like the boundaries that like Alice is protecting. I think that's like the whole point. Like there hasn't been anyone from Teyvat that has risen up to that level yet. It's very self-maintained. Everyone from Teyvat stays in Teyvat. So I think that's why it's been a mixture of both, because the only people capable of transcending it would have had to come in outside from the first place. But like it doesn't. I don't know. Like the way that the Narcissus quest described Descenders, it's just like they firmly rejected the idea that it has to be someone
from
descending.
outside. Yeah, like physically
from
descending.
outside. Yeah. I want to find the exact quote.
Renee and the Ordo, I mean, they were on to some stuff. Man, that World Quest series was really good. I honestly need to I need to read everything again. There's just so much, and especially leading into Nodcry too. And so that was probably one of my lasting theories that I was just been on the mind was, you know, Descenders who we speculate, and then on top of like the only other one had was just like the idea, what in the world? I forgot that he growls. He needs to get away from me. That just startled me. Oh my gosh. Absolutely not. Yeah, like by that note, Aloy is a Descender. Also, Aloy, I literally made a tweet about her yesterday because I'm like, they just abandoned her. They're so mean. She's like, no, they just abandoned her.
Do you think only one Descender can enter Teyvat at a time, or can multiple Descenders enter, but only those who fulfill certain conditions can be considered the Descender?
It's a very good question, Isabel.
It is a very good question. I feel like it's just rare for there to be like a Descender entering Teyvat. Like just because someone enters Teyvat doesn't mean that they aren't subject to Teyvat's laws, I guess. Because like we were just discussing, that would mean like Aloy or like the whale or Descenders or something. There have been very many people that came into Teyvat but are still subject to the laws. I feel like I don't know what's going on with the Traveler twins and why one of them is a Descender and one of them is not classified as a Descender, but they came in together. I don't know if there was like a part rewritten at some point, like if the Abyss twins' fate was rewritten and they were originally a Descender, but I would assume that people can come in together. Like they're immune to Teyvat's laws, so they can just cross the border, right?
Just tell it like it is.
Yeah, I definitely think yeah, Descenders is just a very interesting conversation. And for me, when I think of Descenders, I'm like, oh, so there absolutely have to be Ascenders, considering, well, I guess you could assume that characters can just ascend TM, but that could be a whole different thing, and that's just super hypothetical. We don't even have anything like that yet. But yeah, I do think... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I feel like the Fatui's intel's fake. I feel like there's more than...
I can't believe you just called the Fatui information fake news. That's so funny. But also, like... but also, ascend to Archonhood. I mean... looks at visions that are like little... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Archons aren't that strong though. Like ascending to Archonhood is like it seems strong, but they're not Descenders. They're still subject to Teyvat's laws. They're like the community managers of Teyvat.
Yeah, they honestly are. They're just managers of each region, and the primordial or heavenly principles is like, you need to be here, and if things go awry, you will just be replaced.
They're basically like the Discord mods, right?
I don't like calling Archons Discord mods,
Listen,
especially
I'm
considering
a Discord mod.
I just don't think I wouldn't say that, but
it's
you know,
the same thing. I am Venti. I agree.
Now I will say, I feel like Hmm. I just want to learn more about Zhongli and for them to tell me who he really is. Because I think, sorry, all of this is just me being like, I just want to know who Zhongli is. They'll be like, he's a Wangshen funeral parlor consultant, and he was a former Geo Archon, and now he's just being a silly little guy, but I don't believe it. I really don't. Especially when I revisit Ajdaha lore, I just don't. I don't at all. Like, obviously, Paimon is someone they were not going to tell us about until the end of the game. That's completely fine. But, So, yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited for this next year. Like, if they're gonna wrap up all these loose threads, like, that just means we're gonna get the content we've been waiting for, guys. That they're gonna deliver. I'm so hyped. I'm
I really
honestly
am
so
too.
hyped. Oh my god, it's coming.
Also, Jam, I am a firm believer that we will have more Descenders, like actual official Descenders. I do think we're gonna get like the 5th Descender in the story.
That's what I'm saying. I think the Fatui's intel's fake. Like, they only have so much intel. I don't think they know about all the descendants.
Like, I don't think they know absolutely everything. I truly don't. But I do think there's going to be exceptions. There will be outliers, and we will become privy to that as Hoyoverse reveals onto us that. And as such, I will be away from social media every single patch update because I refuse to be spoiled. This game is too, like, I'm too hyped for the story of this game to get spoiled. I refuse.
I feel
So
the same exact way.
also, I wanted to mention very briefly before we end up wrapping things up how, like, we have all this, like, ancient dragon lore, deep galleries giving us the first angel Nibelung stuff. And I was just like rereading the webtoon, and I will never forget Venti talking about gods in like in other worlds. These gods use their body parts to create the world. And that just makes me curious about Tefat.
I mean, it all comes back to Cinnabar Spindle, right? Like, if it's true that everything comes from a single thought, then like if like the primordial gods like use their body parts whatever to create that, like then like the primordial gods were maybe part of that original thought, you know, something like that.
Going out into the world
So
and
I think there's a
investigating,
lot that's been
turning the
like laid
unknown
out
into
in
the
like
known.
readables that
I miss this
we just
feeling.
need to see the fruits of Hoyo's labor at this point. They've been teasing it for so long and they're running out of ways to tease it, and there's also a mismatch in expectations from like players playing, so
Also, this is something that's really, this is a question that was asked hours ago, but it's been on my mind, where someone asked in regards to like Genshin Impact lore and coming near endgame, if we or just the community in general think that lore content creators will be obsolete after Genshin ends. And I have to disagree, just because of the sheer amount of information that can always be revisited and the information that they will give us. Now, I'm not saying Genshin Impact's lifespan. Like, I'm not a developer. I don't have the information as to how long exactly the game will be. But I think obsolete is a bit of a dramatic word, and I don't mean it like they were purposely being dramatic. I think it completely depends on how one wishes to approach Genshin lore, just because of how much there is. So for me, if anything, I think more people who didn't take the time or couldn't have the time or didn't have the time to would just revisit things that they otherwise couldn't in the past. And nostalgia could also help with that. So, because yes, this is a gacha game and there's only so much information that can be archived for like one's own self. I know I can attest to that, but there are many things. So yeah,
I completely agree.
I think there will always be creators out there who will revisit lore, and lore is something that many people like, so and want to experience. So I think that will absolutely continue.
I completely agree. Like, there's always gonna be speculation. Like, just because they're like going to give things in like the main story. It doesn't mean that they're going to cut out all readables. It doesn't mean they're cutting out foreshadowing. It doesn't mean like we're not going to get future content for anything. It just means that they're trying to streamline their story experience so that like everyone can be on the same page, and like hopefully there's not like a lot of like repetitive redundancy like moments like in Pinnacle and Euphorius, but like I just don't want them to overcorrect, I guess. But I have hopes that they're listening to all the feedback and also considering the feedback from HSR, because it seems like Notecry is going to take the direction of HSR a little bit, like some influence from there. So I don't think that lore creators are going to become obsolete. I think there's just so much to talk about all the time. There's always going to be reactions. There's always going to be celebrations. Like, if you had a theory years ago and you were right about it, that's something to make a video about. Like, wow, I was right about this. It's awesome. Like, I feel like there's always content you can make. Like, you can do character analysis. You can break down, like, how things were written on, like, a meta level. There's so much to talk about. And there's always going to be theories. There's going to be, like, just because they're going to flesh things out in Notecry doesn't mean they're going to give us everything in the first patch of Notecry.
Right.
You can predict how Notecry is going to unfold from the first patch. Like, you can start building those predictions as like the story and like goes on. Like, what are these factions here to do? Like there's so much. There's so much. So, if anything, this is the peak time to be a lore creator.
Yeah, because there's just, again, like, there's so much you can, like you mentioned, you can reanalyze things, you can revisit old content, and it's just really nice where things you may have been attentive to now you didn't in the past, so you just, revisit it, and I think that's fun. Like, just the other day, I listened to someone with like a 15-minute video on the philosophies behind Sunday. I don't even, I'm just like, oh, okay, what about Sunday? What about Sunday Star Rail? I was like, I don't know anything really about Sunday. I'm like, oh, I don't know anything about this character. I'm not interested. And then, like, I was listening to it in Japanese, and I was like, I understand the appeal now. But no, it's like stuff like that. Like, my jokes aside, you look at all of these characters. Yes, from the outside looking in, there are very many. It's just a silly little gacha game. But people are very attached to a lot of these characters, and they have very expansive stories that are connected to real life cultures and mythologies, and you can continue to talk about stuff like that for a long time. So yeah, I think and for that person in particular, it's not like, I'm upset at the comment or anything. I just think, generally speaking, because there's just so much to talk about across all of Hoyoverse's games, because they really do a lot with their characters, their presentation, their story, their world building. We'll always have time to talk about things. And where one person may go one direction with the character, someone else may reevaluate it entirely. And I think that's what makes the conversation and discussion of lore all the more entertaining. Star Rail Sundays would be a great place to discuss Sunday. I mean, if people want Star Rail Sunday discussions, I think that'd be cute. I know Stephanie would be all over it. A day that maybe Ashikai isn't super busy, maybe she also would. I don't know. So yeah.
I love Sunday Honkai Star Rail. Also, I think me devolving into just saying that I love X character means that I have exhausted my mental capacity.
Yeah,
I wanted time.
It is dinner time. It is 9:40. Originally we were gonna end at 9 o'clock, and we're 40 minutes over. I didn't mean to keep you. I just got sidetracked. But
it's been fun.
But yeah, this was really, really fun. We wanted to try something a little different this time, or at least have a bit more structure and stuff. So come version 5.6, we absolutely plan on having I will stand next to Albedo. Actually, I will stand next to Albedo. I don't know. I love both of them. They're standing next to them.
Okay, this is my favorite ship though. This is my favorite ship. Doesn't matter if it's Ether or Lumine though. I definitely prefer Ether, but I like them both.
Yes, I'm sorry. I can't pull Ether from the ethos. From the ether.
I love them.
But yeah, we absolutely plan on having a future Lore Keepers discussion, try to invite more people because everyone's busy. But it was a pleasure being able to talk to everyone and hosting this. I will do my best to do better in the future. when it comes to topics, but I thoroughly appreciate everyone for lurking, stopping by, having questions for us. Thank you so much. It truly means the world, and I always enjoy
Yeah.
talking about lore with the community.
Also, both Kiryu and I have Discord servers. If you want to hang out in our communities, I know we both have like a focus on lore discussions and also like community events and stuff like that. I don't know. Do you have a Discord command, Kiryu?
I think it still works. Okay, yeah, I think mine still works. I need to change it, but yeah, I'm usually screaming about.
What could it be?
Well, now I'm screaming about Baldur's Gate 3, but that's a different conversation. I again just want to. Oh, she did her emote, and Albedo's faces in the constellations. That's so cute. But yeah, I just want to thank everyone again. Thank you, Leah, and also Aled and Stephanie. I know they're gone now and they're doing their own thing, but thank you, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to host, and I look forward to having a future lore podcast with everyone again.
Thank you. You are an amazing host. I kind of like rotating around. It's really fun. Like everyone has like their own ways of like hosting and stuff.
Yeah.
I appreciate the structure. I feel like it went very smoothly. Everyone got to talk, and everyone got to talk about what they wanted to, and like it was really fun. We got to address audience questions. I feel like it was very fun, productive. We didn't go off the rails. You know, people practicing active listening, and I always love Lore Keepers discussions. We've been doing these for a very long time. And sometimes we have different guests on than others, but I think usually it's like the same like core group, like me, Kiryu, Alet, sometimes Rue, sometimes Stephanie, sometimes some other people. But it's always fun. It's always fun. I thoroughly enjoy this. I feel like, you know, we try to create like a safe space for people to just be honest with their thoughts and opinions, no matter where they're at in the lore. And
I agree.
Like, you might think it's like weird or controversial, like that some of us aren't really like caught up all the time, but like this is just Genshin players coming together to talk about aspects of the story they enjoy the most, no matter like what their background is or how invested they are. And I feel like I do feel like echoing some sentiments from the stream, but it's a bit of a lost art to just appreciate the game.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But yeah, I want to thank everyone again. I completely agree with you, and I will send us off on next time, and it'll be version 5.6. So
I'm so excited! I want to talk about it now! Oh my god, I already said everything I wanted to say about it. I still want to. Okay, anyway, we can go.
yeah.
I'm hungry.
All right.
I'm hungry.
Have a good night, guys. Thank you for joining us for stream. Bye.
Bye.